We'll make a start. I think we have a full complement of member councillors, and we welcome Councillor Tozer, who's visiting, and Councillor Bard-Lumsden hasn't stuck around, but Councillor McDonald's here. And I think that's all of the attendances. So no leave of absence. Number of start items, which no. If you look up, I'll just get you to turn your attention to the screen. We might just need to unstar a few. So, Councillor Gates, do you
7 and 6.8, please.
Okay, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
And 7.1, just for me to say something.
7.1, just for you to say something. That's fine. 6.2 for Councillor McDonald, which leaves the start items being the confirmation of minutes, the Helensvale. Do you want to unstar?
I don't want to unstar it, but I'll move the item.
Okay, and the 6.9, designing for flood. We're happy with moving those matters. Moved by Councillor Owen Jones, seconded by Councillor Peter Young. Take the vote. All in favour? Against? Carried.
Yeah.
That's a good start.
This is considered general business?
Yes, it will be, yeah.
And a $5 fine for each year here, Chair?
So is that $10 or is the
It's $10.
Yes,
It's $10.
Twice now.
All right, so councillors, we'll just start on the conflict of interest
And
declaration.
I'm going to get you some red pills.
Thank you. And
Councillor
councillors, this isn't going to be as bad as it appeared on the screen because I'll be leaving the room, so I just need to make my declarations. In relation to 6.3, I have received donations from both Home Corp and Hickey Lawyers, and the amounts are over the prescribed interest, so they're on the screen there, and I will be leaving the room and not participating in the debate on 6.3.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to 6.4. Oh, this is the one that I seek to remain in the room for. This relates to the Robina Central Planning Review, and on the 6th of the 9th, 16, I received $1,250 from Robina Projects, which is a company, I believe, that is related to the Robina Group. So I'm making that declaration, but I would be interested in staying in the room to participate if my colleagues so feel that I can be of any benefit.
Yeah.
Got ya.
That's
I said ear.
Near enough.
But H is silent.
Has anyone else got any declarations on 6.4? Okay,
I'll ask a question.
Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Chairman. So just to be clear, this is a matter that involves the Robina Central Planning Review, and there's a number of entities identified in the document, such as the Robina Land Corporation, Robina Properties, and Robina Group.
the company I received funds from was called Robina Projects, but I am certain that they have a link in some way to the Robina Group, which is mentioned, and so I make the declaration in an abundance of caution.
Thank you.
Well, I think, is this the company that we thought was renamed or something?
I
It's the
don't
new
know.
name
I have
of the
had no
entity or
involvement with
something?
them
I
since
don't know.
they made the donation. I've no idea.
I think it's just one of the commercial.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think it's one of the commercial vehicles of Robina Group, group. And, yep. So we've actually considered Councillor Gates's declaration once before concerning this review, and there was a procedural motion that I can recall permitted her to remain in the room. So for consistency's sake, if we could draw that procedural motion out, that might be good. Otherwise, I'm happy to move that Councillor Gates. Yeah, no worries. I mean, my personal view is we're dealing with a matter that affects a significant number of people within the local government area. And okay. So Councillor Gates may participate in the decision despite the council's conflict of interest because Because I'm just getting the words off here. Because the review of the Robina Central planning instrument affects a significant number of people within the local government area. And at this stage has merely captured information and feedback from the community and affected stakeholders.
And excuse me, Chairman,
Sorry.
can we just change my part of the declaration? I don't know why it says RPA Properties. If it could just say Robina Group, because I don't see RPA Properties here. I don't know.
I think RPA Properties
I
is
think it might have
Robina
been
Group.
the old one that I took it from, but maybe if we just say Robina Group.
Possibly, yeah. Yep.
Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry?
Thank you. Rabina Projects.
And so in the section where it says
Where the money came from, just up a little bit further. As long as that's
That's correct.
needing to be correct, then that's fine.
Yep, so Councillor Gates may participate in the decision despite the Council's conflict of interest because the review of the Robina Central Planning Instrument affects a significant number of people within the local government area and at this stage has merely captured information and feedback from the community and affected stakeholders. Full stop. Sorry, just having a mind blank. I'll basically want to say that there is little risk of the public interest. So, do you want to offer up some words? I just want to say that any, so Councillor Gates's,
Outweighs any, oh, I'm not allowed to.
so Councillor Gates's insight as an experienced councillor would outweigh any perception
I'll get
of a conflict
my walking stick for me.
between the public interest and any decision council may make on this matter.
Daphne.
Seconded by Councillor Peter Young.
Enviable.
We happy with that? Anyone want to speak for or against?
She's a warm councillor.
Otherwise, we'll take the vote and division's called. All in favour? Councillor Hamill, Councillor Ron Jones, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor O'Neill. Against? And Councillor Gates did not vote. Thank you.
Yeah, Will.
That's the second one.
Okay. Councillor Gates, 6.5.
Okay, so now 6.5.
And Councillor Hamill, I notice that you've got one as well, so if there is any motions, ultimately don't vote, please. Councillor
Okay,
Gates.
6.5, I'm going to be leaving the room, but I have 3 declarations to make. Firstly, RPS gave me $675 in 2011. In 2016, I received $2,500 from Empire Industrial, and I don't know these dates are right, but I'll check them before full council, and $5,000 from the Stevens Group, who are also involved with Empire. And because the landowner is mentioned within the report, I'll be leaving the room. And with regard to that same item, the expansion area includes a parcel of land on the east side owned by Mr Kevin Seymour, who donated $390 in 2015, and in 2016, $2,500 that I gave back, but I'll be leaving the room. So I'm out for 6.5.
All right, thank you. Councillor Hamill, do you want to get yours on the record at the same time while we're on 6.5? Yeah, I think that's probably...
Well, that's all I could see.
Oh, you'll find another couple later.
Cool. So, Chair, mine for 6.5 is pretty simple. My residential property in Alberton, it's not inside the focus area, but the focus area ends on the street that my residential property is on, so that puts me out of the room.
Thank you. So Councillor Gates and Councillor Hamill both out. All right, Councillor Gates, back to you for 6.7.
6, because that also involves the Yatala Enterprise Areas industry amendment, but in going through that one, I don't see that I have any conflicts, and I discussed it with Councillor Hamill just to be certain that I hadn't overlooked something, so nothing there that I feel is a problem. 6.7, however, relates to the Northern Marine Precinct, and I will be leaving the room because I received donations from the HEC Group, which are mentioned in the ARIT report as Rocky Point Sugar Mill. I got $2,500 in 2014, $2,500 in 2015, and $1,850 in 2016. But the Gold Coast Marine Aquaculture Group is also mentioned, and that presents a prescribed interest for me because I received $2,500 from them in 14, 15 and 16, so I'll be leaving the room.
Thank you, Councillor Gates. So that's 6.7.
I'm only staying in for a couple. So that was 6.7. 6.8 is next. I'm just looking for 6.8. What page?
That's the LGIP.
Oh, I wanted to speak to that because in the attachment, Sanctuary Cove is mentioned, but there's no change. So I just wanted to put it to my colleagues that my son has a partnership with Malfa who own Sanctuary Cove, but who I believe made a submission, which was on page 878 from memory. No? Yeah, 878. However, their submission did not result in a change and there was no change to the LGIP, so I felt that there would be no need for me to make any declaration on that, but I'm just informing the committee, and if anyone thinks otherwise, I'm happy to go.
Since you've called out Sanctuary Cove, I had also received a donation from Malfa, who owns Sanctuary Cove as a development area prior to the 2016 election. So I think the donations were in June of 2015 and the amount was $2,000.
Well, I think I
So-
got $500 from them way back in 2008 or something, but I had not thought about that.
They're not technically a developer because they don't make planning applications, but it's still worth mentioning. So I probably will just put that on the record and leave it to the room to decide. If we can bring something up along those lines.
So Councillor Caldwell, I think the challenge is they are a developer. They just don't make development applications in regards to Sanctuary Cove, but they do in regards to all of their other investments.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
Should I go and get my $500 details?
Probably.
Sorry.
We might just take a minute's break because I'll have to look up my details as well. So if anyone needs to use the bathroom, now's a good time. All right, so councillor Gates.
Yeah. Correct.
All right, councillors, I have a declaration on this matter as well, so I won't participate in the vote. Does anyone want to move anything in relation to councillor Gates's participation? Councillor Peter Young.
Chairman, I'll be happy to move that councillor Gates can participate in the vote, subject to the condition that she does not seek to alter the outcome in regard to Sanctuary Cove's submission, because her broad knowledge of council business and planning is overwhelms any perceived conflict arising from the gift made many years ago.
Councillor Vorster.
My view on the LGIP, particularly at this stage, is that it was an ordinary business matter because it's effectively to do with the making of a new planning instrument, because it sits together with the planning scheme. So, my view is no conflict of interest should attach at all. And I suppose maybe I should have flagged that during the break. But if we have a city officer who might be a lawyer in and around the orbit, I just wonder whether that's worth teasing out, because it's an unnecessary fly in the ointment, given that there would be infrastructure in that plan littered across the city that would affect all of us.
Yeah.
And for that reason, I believe that it's an ordinary business item.
Agreed.
So I don't disagree, but in the absence of some sort of confirmation of that, I personally would be hesitant to rely on it.
Okay.
I don't know whether Andrew Young, who appears to be in the back of the room, has any knowledge on this. But I'm happy to, before we take a vote on councillor Gates.
And I'm trying to adopt that very broad application test, you might say, but noting that this particular entity has made a submission, I think
Yeah.
it's wise for us to say, don't try to push that, whatever it might have been.
Yeah. Andrew, you got a sec? Andrew's like, I wish I'd stayed in Waterside today. We just have one question which you may or may not have a view on or be able to confirm as to whether the LGIP item that's before council, before the committee today, is a matter of ordinary business that would attach an exemption under the Local Government Act. And I apologise, I haven't had a chance to think about it either.
Mr Chair, I'm not sure, but it's an amendment to a planning scheme. It's no different to any other planning scheme amendment.
Yeah.
It was a good answer.
Does anyone remember that
93CD 44.
Not helpful. Not helpful. Thanks, Andrew. That's great.
It doesn't hurt to put the declaration on the record anyway, in an abundance of caution.
Well, the reason that it's probably important is that my declaration is actually for $4,000, and I would probably have otherwise left the room. But for if it's an ordinary business matter, which would change my approach. I'm not particularly concerned about pushing that issue today, and maybe we just resolve it between now and full council, because it would be concerning if we were not able to participate in the delivery of trunk infrastructure planning in our respective areas.
Totally.
So I've got the Queensland Government advice here. I don't know if this helps you, but it says ordinary business includes planning scheme or amendments for the whole council area. That's the Queensland Government advice. So if the advice is that it's effectively a planning scheme amendment or not anything different from a planning scheme amendment, I think that Queensland Government advice would be.
But that's We know that, but we also know that the donor has made a submission. So isn't it best just to say, well, okay, we recognise all those things and
I agree.
councillor Gates can participate, just not push that barrow?
Might just be worthwhile also, if you wanted to,
Is anyone moving that motion? I can't remember.
Yes, I
Yeah.
was, but it
Whether
was
you want to
subject to the
include
conditions, yeah.
the fact that it is also an ordinary business item,
Well, I don't know if that,
which is fine. We can leave it as it is.
yeah,
Would someone like to second that?
but it's not complete. The condition that I sought to apply
Right.
was that councillor Gates does not seek to present the, or represent the interests of the submitter, the interests of the donor who was also noted as a submitter.
Okay. Someone like to second that?
I'll second it.
Well, move and second. Man, he's a loose unit. I like new Pietro.
Councillor Young, talking to Councillor Young about Councillor Young.
Just trying to help.
All right, so we might say it's sort of lapsed for want of a seconder, Councillor Young, even though your alter ego was supportive. Someone like to offer some alternative wording that might gain some support? Councillor Vorster?
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I'd move that Councillor Gates may participate in the decision despite the councillor's conflict of interest because the matter concerns the making or an amendment of a planning scheme and can be regarded as an ordinary business matter to which an exemption should attach, comma, noting that the local government infrastructure plan will also deliver trunk infrastructure that will service the entire Gold Coast local government area. Yep, it will service the entire Gold Coast local government area, or the entire local government area. And not cause any single resident to suffer a particular loss or make a particular gain.
I could have seconded it. Chair.
Seconded by Councillor Pauline Young. Right, anyone else want to speak for or against that?
I'll just speak briefly when
Yeah.
moving it. Thanks, Mr Chairman. I just want to put on the record that I am confident in myself that we are dealing with a ordinary business matter, and I think it would be troubling for the council to effectively set a precedent whereby any of us are constrained when dealing with trunk infrastructure projects that are designed to support growth right across the city. And for that reason, I couldn't find my way to supporting Councillor Young's proposal that Councillor Gates be fettered in any way during the course of debate. I will take the added step of seeking some advice from the Acting General Counsel between now and full council to ensure that my lay legal opinion is the correct one, but I'm making a good faith determination that this is an ordinary business matter and that Councillor Gates, like any other councillor, should participate in this important process, which is merely to respond to community feedback on a plan that affects every corner of the Gold Coast from Coomera to Palm Beach. No, from Wonga Wallen to Coolangatta.
How about from Yatala to Coolangatta?
Yatala? Stiglitz?
How about from Yatla to Burn.
There we go. From Burleigh Waters to Burleigh to Palmy.
So not wishing to create waves about this, I won't find myself supporting it because the reality is, in dealing with the LGIP, the likelihood is that most residents have not made a submission to seek to get a different outcome than what was presented in the draft for public exposure. And a company that gains its profit and sustainability from real estate development and so forth has made a submission, and I don't know the content of the submission, but it's obviously particular to their land holdings and their interest, and that's perfectly legitimate. And so what's presented to us in the motion is not really reflecting reality, in my opinion. So that's why I'm not going to support it. I've got no problem with Councillor Gates participating in the decision at all in itself.
Councillor Owen Jones.
I'm going to support it, and probably for the opposite reasons of Councillor Peter Young, and that's I think that every resident and group on the Gold Coast had an opportunity to make submissions, and that's why we went through the public consultation phase. My understanding is that a whole variety of groups, both profit and non-for-profit, have made declarations, so made submissions, and I think that my recollection is that groups like Gecko and the like also made submissions. So, and that's all going into the mix, and it's what the officers have based their advice on. So I think it's actually, I think it's appropriate that Councillor Gates stays in the room.
All right, thank you. Councillors will take the vote. All in favour? Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor O'Neill. Against? Abstained? Councillor Peter Young abstained. Councillor Gates and Councillor Caldwell did not vote. I can just bring mine up on the screen. So I've got a declaration to make that Malfa were a donor to my 2016 election campaign. I understand they've made a submission in relation to the LGIP. They donated $4,000 on the 4th of June 2015. Having listened to the debate and the prospect of uncertainty around the ordinary business nature of the matter, when we get to this item, I will voluntarily leave the room. I may take a different view at full council if I can satisfy myself that it's appropriate to take a different course of action at that time. Councillor Gates, any further declarations?
I mean, if I can, given that the organisation Gecko was raised in discussion just now, as you know, I'm an honorary member of Gecko. I'm not aware of their submission. I had no partaking in whatever submission they may have made to LGIP, and so I don't believe that a formal declaration is required, but I'm just putting that on the table for clarity.
Well, it's a matter for you. I didn't help Malford draft theirs, and I wasn't aware of theirs, and there's been no resultant anything because of theirs, but it's entirely up to you.
So, Mr. Chair, I think Councillor Young you're just a member, aren't you?
Yes.
So whether or not you're an honorary member, a life member, or a general member, like, I mean, I don't think it makes a difference. You're still not caught up in the need to make a declaration.
Any other declarations, councillors?
On page 870.
Okay, we've got a new song. Got your Councillor Gates in, you got your Councillor Gates out, you got your Councillor Gates.
Might just go out because, I mean, I thought this was irrelevant, to be honest, because there's no change to the LGIP and there's no proposed, does it result in a change? No. Are any parts of LGIP changed? No. But given the fact that you, as a lawyer, feel like you shouldn't be in the room, then because my son, even though my donation was...
Well, actually, do you want to declare the bit about Matt? Because I don't think that was actually declared. So
Well,
if that's in your mind,
I
then...
spoke to the room about that, but
Yeah.
I haven't made the declaration. But if we add that my son is in partnership
So-
with Malfa,
sorry,
I will leave the
hang on.
room
Yep.
until we get further advice.
Mr Chairman,
Sorry, he's what? In partnership?
With Malfa.
Okay, well, that's...
That was
that
what
you
I
probably
first
should-
spoke
yeah.
to the room about.
Okay, sorry, I didn't understand that. I
Yeah.
thought it was different to that.
No, Matt
Okay,
is in
well, I think you
partnership
should
with
definitely
Malfa.
put that on the record so that there's no
so, Mr Chairman,
misunderstanding.
I believe that this is an ordinary business matter, and I think we'd benefit from the advice from the Acting General Counsel. Now, I've got some concerns with the LGIP report, some real concerns, but I'm even more concerned about the prospect of having a discussion in the absence, potentially unnecessarily, of our chair and our deputy chair. And I just wonder whether there would be an appetite to defer this matter to full council, as terrible as that is, being the last meeting of the year, so that we can deal with the report with the benefit of our most experienced council planning, veteran or whatever, enviable or warm councillors, I don't know.
Stop it.
No, like legitimately, I think there's a public interest in,
I
all right,
think
So can we
so,
just,
but
can we
I'll
just
get
tidy
my
up councillor
declaration.
Gates's other declaration so that that's fully on the screen?
but Mr Chairman, do we need to do that if there's a
I think we
procedural
do,
motion to
because
defer
what
it?
we will ultimately do is a procedural matter, everyone can stay in the room and vote on that.
Yes.
And it's fine.
Okay, so the name of the other party is Malfa. If we could just go back up, I can include it in the one declaration and say, donor, and can I say, and 50% stakeholder in Ray White Sanctuary Cove, whereby my son holds the other 50%. That's what I'm trying to say, that my son's in partnership with Malfa in a 50-50 share of Ray White Sanctuary Cove.
Is the other 50% partner or
A
shareholder?
50 holds the other 50%.
Mr Chairman, through you to councillor Gates. It may be better, rather than tweaking that particular row, to make reference to your son in the top two rows of this declaration, because this pro forma deals with an interest
Oh, okay.
that arises.
But this is, I feel this is a prescribed conflict as well,
Yeah.
not declarable. So I think you're right, I need to make leave the original one as was and then make a prescribed declaration in relation to the partnership, because I would never stay in the room for anything relative to Sanctuary Cove because of Matt's shareholding with Malfa out there. So if we could just leave that first one as was, and then I make a new prescribed declaration, and I'm so terribly sorry about this, but I didn't think too greatly about it.
5-minute break.
Recent as well.
It's only very recent, yes. I've made it once before and left the room. I have made it once before. Do you have a record of it? No, it was Malfa and Ray White Sanctuary Cove. But if you don't have it, I'll just, okay.
We just, let's just take another 5-minute break and we'll tidy this
sorry.
up. Sorry. Apologies to both of the people who are tuning in at home. So councillor Gates has got a fresh set of wording up in relation to the other part of the declaration. Councillor Gates, you happy with that on the screen? Okay, so that's great. I do understand that councillor Vorster wants to move a procedural motion, and my understanding is that for a procedural motion we can all vote. So if you want to move that now, councillor Vorster.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I'd like to move a procedural motion that the matter be deferred for consideration. Sorry.
Well, let's just.
Are you talking about the item or,
Yeah,
or the
We're talking about the
declaration?
item.
Okay.
So that
Sorry,
the matter
the,
or items
the conclusion of councillor Gates's declaration is that she
she's
would
leaving.
leave the room when the matter's considered.
Yes.
Councillor Vorster.
So I'm happy to move a change of recommendation that item 6.8 be deferred and considered by full council at its meeting on 2nd December 2022.
And that should be noted as a procedural motion, not as a change of recommendation.
Oh, my apologies.
Chair.
My apologies. We have these veterans that can.
I'm glad you're a veteran too, Peter.
I'm enviable of your experience.
Doesn't count.
No?
No.
Why? What's wrong with this experience?
Integrated. It's got to be integrated into a motion.
That this infrastructure matter, it's an infrastructure matter. Remember, you don't like infrastructure?
It's got to be integrated into a motion.
Yeah.
The core of it. Sure it doesn't sign what we're trying to achieve?
Well, I like when we act with our green heart collectively. So that this item will be deferred and considered at full council.
All right, seconded by councillor Peter Young. We'll take the vote. All in favour? Against? Carried. All right, so councillor Gates and I don't need to depart. We can stay for the other items. All right, councillors, let's go back to the top. Item 6.2. Brief presentation, councillor McDonald.
Not to be confused by potential planning solution.
Righty. Good morning, councillors. The proposal is for a material change of use for a dual occupancy which is subject to impact assessment as it exceeds a prescribed density of one dwelling per 400 square metres. The site is located in Burleigh Heads, just north of Tallabudra Creek, with a residential pocket referred to as Koala Park. Koala Park is zoned low and medium density residential, with the medium density zoning being concentrated closer to the creek and Gold Coast Highway, with the presence of the central block opposite the site. As a result, the area has a mixed housing typology consisting of dwelling houses to the south and west, and a mix of dwelling houses, dual occupancies and multiple dwellings to the north and east. The subject site is zoned low density residential. It is a rectangular corner block with an area of 544 square metres. It benefits from two frontages, being Parnu Avenue to the west and Tabilban Street to the north. The site is currently improved by an older style single-storey dwelling house. The proposal seeks to establish a detached dual occupancy. The development will have a residential density of one dwelling per 272 square metres, a maximum height of 2 storeys and 7.8 metres, and an overall site cover of 54%. Both units comprise 4 bedrooms each and have double built to boundary carports. At the ground floor, the proposed setbacks and built-to-boundary carports are consistent with other dwelling houses in this area and are able to achieve an appropriate amenity outcome. Landscaping embellishments include a row of screening shrubs in front of the fence, as well as 2 garden beds to accommodate the planting of canopy trees. The existing crossover onto Bilbin Street to the north will be utilised for Residence B, and an additional crossover will be constructed on Parnu Avenue to the west for Residence A. Similarly, at the first floor, setbacks are consistent with the existing streetscape and are able to comply with the performance outcome. As per the northern frontage elevation, the building maintains a 3-metre separation at both levels and will appear as 2 separate dwellings. The key consideration is a residential density of 1 dwelling per 272 square metres, as it exceeds a prescribed density of 1 dwelling per 400 square metres. As identified in the suburban neighbourhoods element of the strategic framework, dual occupancies are contemplated to provide smaller and more affordable housing options where they are located on lots with dual frontage, occur in low concentrations, and achieve a low-intensity, low-rise outcome. The proposal is considered to meet these benchmarks. A low-intensity outcome is achieved as the development has a maximum height of 2 storeys. The built form presents as 2 separate dwellings by addressing different frontages and achieving an intensity which is cognizant of the existing suburban character. Openness is maintained at the front by providing a modulated form, appropriate building separation to adjoining dwellings, and 50% transparent carport doors. A generous landscape outcome is achieved in the form of screening plants in front of the fence and 2 canopy trees. The resulting built form, setbacks and site cover are representative of what a single dwelling house could achieve on the subject site, therefore achieving the desired outcome in the low density zone. During public notification, there were 44 properly made submissions. 39 of these were objections and 5 were in support. The submissions objecting to the proposal raised planning concerns regarding overdevelopment, parking and traffic, density and privacy. These concerns have been considered in the assessment of the development, and the proposal is considered to address the relevant city plan benchmarks. The 5 submissions in support raise the housing shortage and the architectural merit of the built form. In conclusion, the proposed development complies with the strategic framework to allow for smaller and more affordable housing options in suburban neighbourhoods. Office's recommendation is to approve the development application in full with conditions. Are there any questions?
Right, thank you. Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. Through your chair, a couple of questions in regards to the images shown in your slide 9 and again slide 11. So obviously this is a render provided by the applicant. Does any of that exist, like the building to the right on the right-hand image, is that in existence like that?
Through the chair, so the image on the on the right actually includes an image of both dwellings. So I believe that's the.
Oh, I'm with you. Okay,
Yeah,
that's.
you can just see both dwellings in that image.
And thank you. And page 85, figure 11 here shows the western frontage, and it shows a power pole and electricity lines. Is there an intention to underground the power lines at that point, or the power supply?
Through the chair, there's no intention to underground the power lines as part of this proposal.
Mm-hmm. Could we reasonably require them to underground the power at that frontage? Sorry, Chair.
As far as I understand, the cost impost of doing that is rather onerous. Last time I was involved with it, we can inquire into that, but I believe it would be unreasonably onerous on the development.
Thank you.
Councillor Owen Jones.
So I don't have a question, Chair.
Any other questions? Councillor Vorster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question regarding the reliance of how city officers may or may not have relied on the landscape plans in order to justify support for the approval. Like, how germane was it to city officers' consideration of character, amenity, and what have you?
It was one of the considerations, sorry, through the chair. When we're reviewing a density such as this in the low-density area, the consideration is whether or not it achieves a low-intensity outcome. And as part of that, it's the built form as well as the openness at the front and space for landscaping. So it was certainly a contributing factor to the determination.
I think there was an earlier slide where one of the redeemable attributes of the development was generous landscaping. Is that correct? So generous landscaping. Now, I've had a few of these type of developments pop up in my own division where there's been an impression of landscaping presented in renders, but when I've had a closer look at the conditions of approval, there are little protections to ensure that we end up with a specific or a landscape outcome that matches the renders. Sometimes we've got trees with minimum bag sizes of a paltry 100 litres, and also we're not taking steps to make sure that those future trees are managed in a way that's in accordance with the prevailing arboricultural standards. So I've worked with city officers in applications in my own division to protect that, let's call it that green interface to the building to provide that low density form. Can I just ask, and maybe you can refer to me on the specific page, what conditions have we placed on the applicant to achieve the outcomes in the render and to maintain them in accordance with the standard in that render?
Page 124.
Be 3 metres at maturity.
So 100 litres must be 3 at the time of planting. That's okay.
So
Shrub, look, okay.
generally in accordance with the landscape plans is point number 1, like A, but then more specifically, it's those items that are
Right.
Roman 1 to 14.
So, Mr. Chairman, like to take 7, for example, install 1 large canopy tree at a minimum 400 litre bag size within the frontage setback of each proposed residence. Each tree must be installed within a landscape garden bed containing a minimum width of 1.5 metres, containing a minimum surface area of 6.
Mine says 200, not 400.
I'm looking at page 124.
Yeah.
Yeah, 200 litre.
Yeah, you said 400.
Oh, sorry, that's what it should be.
Aspiration.
Well, that's what I do in my division. I'll make sure that it's 400. And in my experience, what can often happen is that a tree's put in at 200. People don't want the tree to grow to its full maturity, so they take out this selective pruning, stuff the tree up, and then we end up with a very harsh interface between the street and the home. Do you think, my question through you, Mr. Chairman, to city officers, is do you think conditioning the approval to include a 400 litre bag size as opposed to 200 for that large canopy tree and requiring the homeowner to manage that tree in accordance with the prevailing Australian standards is unreasonable?
Through the chair, I wouldn't necessarily say it's unreasonable. I guess it wouldn't. What's being proposed here is sufficient to achieve requirements in terms of landscaping along that frontage. So in addition to that, the conditions as part of Condition 5 includes requirements in terms of the shrubbery at the front, and item A14 requires the planting of street trees where there currently are none, particularly at the frontage of Tervilburn. As far as we determine, there can be 2 trees that can be 2 street trees included there.
So if we went to 400, you couldn't, it's not necessarily unreasonable.
Not necessarily unreasonable, not necessarily required.
Right, and looking at 5B, it says here, construct and maintain the private landscaping identified above at no cost to council at all times. Do you think it would be unreasonable to require that maintenance to be done to the prevailing arboricultural standards? Just so that we don't have people butchering a tree to keep it to a particular size?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've got Cass here who's probably able to provide some expert comments in relation
happy
to
days.
landscaping.
I just love trees.
We all love trees, mate.
Yeah.
We do. No, I don't see it's unreasonable if it's 200 or 400. They'll still meet the minimum requirements from the building. We can put in there that they can be maintained. They're normally maintained for the life of the property under the development anyway. But I see that if we just put on there that they're maintained to arboricultural conditions, they can't do unlawful pruning or anything like that.
Yeah. So, Mr Chairman, I think what I might do between now and full council is to get a copy of the conditions that we applied to that development approval at the corner of Manly Drive and Newport Drive, if city officers want to make a note, where we had a similar situation that protected the much larger trees that we conditioned there. And I'll leave it at that today. I won't be supporting it until I've got those firm words, but look forward to supporting it at full council if we can protect those trees.
Can someone just tell me what a 400 litre bag looks like?
Twice the size of a 200 litre bag.
Yeah.
And 4 times a 100.
Such good
Yeah.
but only half the size.
Wait a sec, the farmers,
The
let's
farmer's
take the
spoken.
farmer's advice.
It's generally about an extra half to a metre canopy height, and the size of the root ball is about an extra half a metre wider in area. So, probably looking at about 3 metres high.
It's what?
It's about 3 metres high, roughly.
tree?
Correct. When it goes in the
So
ground.
a bag size of 400,
It's about a metre by a metre.
about a metre by a metre.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when the city, if that comes to change, when the city installs street trees, what is the average size of a street tree the city puts in?
Through the chair, they're 100 litre.
That's 4 times that.
So they're half the size.
Heavy medium. Like not a heavy medium, like we put much larger ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got like a
Centre
four lane.
Island,
Yeah.
Centre Island, we put 400.
Yes.
But we don't
In the
put-
centre
Yes,
medians?
yeah, that's right.
But we're not, this isn't a centre median, so.
No.
No, I'm not. But
Sorry.
just to visualise
Yeah,
the
no,
size of
I
the tree.
appreciate that.
Through residential streets, it is conditioned in the LDGs for 75 to 100 litre trees. So, thank you.
All right, thanks.
So the picture that we're looking at right here, there's one tree depicted on the picture. Is that where the tree is proposed, or is it actually on the street frontage? Because I've driven down this street quite a lot of times, and there's a pathway along there, if I recall correctly.
Sure. Through the chair, the trees on this picture, there's one on each lot. So there's one on the right frontage to the right, and there's one on the left-hand side. You can see the skeleton type drawing trees.
I can see what they look like. I can see the trees depicted
So
on the
these
picture.
are only in the private lots. There will be additional street trees that aren't shown on that plan.
And just a question through the chair, perhaps to Councillor Vorster. Is Councillor Vorster proposing that 400 litre trees be on the street frontage or in the locations, the one location depicted on the private property?
Yeah, so it says here, install one large canopy tree. So this is 5A7.
Yes.
Where it says install one large canopy tree, right? So it's a canopy that we're trying to create here to soften the bulk of the overall development from the street. That'd be a minimum 200 litre bag size. So I'm saying 400 litres within the frontage setback of each proposed residence. So this is
these locations depicted will be the 400 litre.
Yeah.
Correct.
There's only
And
one
really,
location.
what the purpose is to ensure that we have a tree that's as mature as possible, planted to coincide with the time of construction, providing from day one that softened complexion, I suppose, from the street. Because my experience tells me if you go in with a smaller tree, with a smaller canopy, those canopies can be aggressively pruned, and then the canopy won't grow correct, and then we end up with more of the home, the built form, visible from the street than we do the canopy. And then some of the reliance city officers have made around being sympathetic and achieving generous landscaping is undermined. So by going for a more mature tree and mandating that they manage it in accordance with the Australian standards, we will protect the generous landscaping which underpinned part of the approval, which I don't think is unreasonable.
I don't think so either. Through the chair, sorry.
So the way these trees are located, they're actually outside the fence, but within the property boundary. So that's
Yeah,
what
I'm getting-
achieves
I mean,
the sort of greening.
Again,
One thing that I've seen fail recently is that I've had a property, a duplex in Holywell, where there the planting was done in accordance with the plans and blah, blah, blah. And the new owners have now come in and gone, well, I don't like that, and just demolished the whole thing, revealing a colour-bond fence. Now, one doesn't go without the other. So I don't know how we actually alert. I mean, these are not going to be sophisticated developers who purchase these. I don't know what messaging we can somehow put out there.
I think you can.
So, Mr Chairman, I addressed precisely that with that conditions of approval at Newport and Manly Drive, and it included an information notice on the rates notice, advising people that here are the standards and that the trees are to be maintained accordingly.
Yeah. And I just think particularly where it's this type of development that something's likely to be on-sold, the new buyers might not be aware that these are things that are deliberately done in order to facilitate the type of development that they've purchased. And the fencing typology behind, had the landscaping not been there, we would have required it to have had a level of transparency and that sort of thing. So I'm just flagging it as an area where we somehow need to get some better comms. Yes, Cass.
Thank you. Sorry, through Chair. We have put conditions on the OPWs now to notify the property owners that the conditions of approval are for the life of the development. So if the property owner does change, they are to remain on that property for all the landscaping. So it's not to be removed. If it is, it can become a compliance issue.
So unfortunately, most buyers probably don't look at the OPW approval, and I think the rates card or rates search is the only place that we can actively get a message to a new buyer. So I just think we need to be, I'm not saying I've got a solution, I'm just flagging that if we're going to see more of these types of developments, we need to try and make sure that we're preserving it into the future. Councillor Gates and Councillor Tozer.
Thank you. And it's not in regard especially to this, because this is just a duplex development, but I've got a number of situations where the former representative has approved planting outside. Like, I've got streets at Coomera that run off, for example, Foxwell Road, and the house fronts the street, that's an offshoot, and along the boundary.
Just to clarify that, the former.
Along the boundary, there's planting that council won't look after because it's actually within the property boundary. And I really think we have to stop conditioning the planting within the property boundary where there's no access. One of the back fences go the whole way along. No one's going to walk if they've got, like, if there's 7 properties, which there are in this one situation, all with their back fences on Foxwell Road. For that property owner in the 7th property, he'd have to go all the way down, up the street and along Foxwell Road to maintain the garden bed, which is within his property boundary. And I'm really wrestling with that at the moment because they keep sending me requests for maintenance and our guys say, sorry, it's within the private property boundary and council won't maintain it. And neither will that resident walk 2 kilometres to maintain something he can't even see from his own property. I don't know how we manage it though, and I mean, I know it's a discussion for general business, but I also raise it here where the trees are within the property boundary, but they're...
At least these people will be able to walk out their front
They will, but in those other circumstances, it's something we need to consider moving forward with our conditions because it's impossible, and then we're left with these weedy, half-dead, horrible garden beds which don't achieve what the original aim of the condition was. And that it's happening in many instances, so maybe one day we can discuss that in general business.
I'm trying to get my head around the density thing. So my question's about the one dwelling per 400 square metres versus what is proposed here, which is 1 per 272.
It's a big lot up my way.
Help me understand how we came to the conclusion that this was a desirable outcome. I've read the pages, you know, the 84 and that kind of area. I'm just wrestling with it. Is there any other places in this precinct that have less than 400, or is this the first? So across the road. So yeah, answer the, yeah.
2 things. Bring up the aerial map of the locality, so you can see that directly across the road. Yeah, I know this, but the typology that's in the area, there's a mix because immediately across the road, you've got what appears to be a triplex on that corner, right? So, you know, so that's one thing. The second thing, if you go to the slide that has the 6 bullet points about the higher order, those ones there. So effectively, these are the things that they're trying to achieve in order to give it a tick. So the
Yeah, I mean,
1 per 400 is the minimum lot size in a detached dwelling area. That makes sense.
So I think my question is, help me understand, go back to the lot where it talked about the broader area, if you wouldn't mind. So I can see that is it pink? I'm colourblind, so please, is it pink, the bit that's pink? Is it pink? Yeah, so there's a pink area there that has higher density than this area down, but everywhere south of Tabalban Street, there doesn't appear to be any pink lots at all. Does that mean that in everywhere south of Tabalban, the minimum lot size is 400 square metres?
Through the chair, the minimum lot size is, sorry, just to be clear, there's a couple of colours on the screen. So the area that's sort of, fronting Talabudra Creek to the southeast, if you like, and then sort of bleeding up to the northwest.
Koala Park?
Is quite, medium density. Wrapping around that is a lighter pink. That's the low density zone. So where in the low density zone, the city plan foresees, in certain circumstances, to have smaller, more affordable housing options, sort of peppered through that. And there's some locational requirements that are required to be met, first and foremost.
Yes.
So you need to either have a residential density designation of RD1 or be on a lot with a dual frontage.
Right,
So
it's
this
corner
one,
block.
a corner block.
Yeah.
So, as this one does. You also need to achieve a gentle scattering effect of these smaller lots in the low density zone, being that this one is, the only one in the vicinity, and it certainly achieves that low concentration. And it has to achieve a low intensity and a low rise built form.
Yeah.
So low rise is 2 stories or lower, and then low intensity is not it's not defined in the city plan, but it's made up by, I think as I explained earlier, the combination of the built form outcome in terms of the setbacks and the site cover,
Yeah.
as well as something that's sort of commensurate to what you would expect in terms of a single residential dwelling on this lot. So if this lot were to be remain and a single dwelling were to be built on this in compliance with the city plan, you get a similar built form intensity outcome as what we're proposing here.
But you wouldn't have 2 garages, right?
Correct, and that's part of the reason why it contemplates them only on dual frontages, so you have the garage or the carport on the alternative frontage. And in this instance, because it's got a dual frontage, even though there's a single dwelling on there currently, they could actually apply for and obtain approval for a secondary VXO from council now. So
they can get a second driveway if they want.
Yeah. So the outcome that's being achieved here is similar to what would be achieved by a single dwelling house, but it's providing an opportunity to get smaller housing options in the low density area where it's scattered and dispersed.
Okay, so can I just follow up a few questions? Again, I'm just trying to get my head around this idea that effectively what we're doing is doing 2 4-bedroom houses, and there's no other example of this. Sorry, Councillor Corbell, am I doing something wrong?
It's just exactly the same as start item 6.1 in principle.
I didn't read 6.1. I wasn't familiar with 6.1. I'm familiar with this area. I wasn't familiar with 6.1, but I am interested now because it looks on this map. It looks like this is the first south of Tabalban.
This is what the scheme expects.
Yes.
It doesn't prohibit it, it expects it.
My question is that in the darker pink area, how come those dual occupancy in those areas is different than south of Tabalban?
So through the chair, in the darker areas, in the medium density area, they are contemplated sort of as commonplace.
Correct.
So
I get that.
they're expected, on just about every lot, not just dual occupancies, but multiple dwellings.
Got it.
Sometimes, I think the height limit changes as well. So it's far more intense. But the low density area also contemplates some small housing options where you meet specific criteria.
Right, and so we get to this subjective idea about what is small. Because I've had this similar thing come up in Gilston where it's talked about small. What is small? No one defines what small is. But here it seems like there's some threshold of 400 square metres per dwelling, and we've done that on the subjective grounds of a town planner saying that's okay, but I can't see any other place where it's happened. So it occurs to me that if we approve this, then everywhere south of Tabalban is going to see these sort of outcomes on dual occupancy potential lots, corner lots. Is that a reasonable expectation?
Through the chair, the developments may come forward on other corner lots in this area, in the low density area, and they'll be assessed on their merits.
Yes.
But we're only assessing this one, and one of the criteria that we assess it against is that there needs to be a gentle scattering effect, a low concentration, where in the low density area. And given that this one is the first one in the low density area in Koala Park, it meets that criterion.
Okay. Yeah, to me there's...
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Mr. Chair, can I check something quickly? So I'm not familiar with the change where through OPW we're now conditioning the trees and that then allows development compliance to occur. If it's through OPW approval, that also means that maintenance bonds and things like that can be applied. Like that wouldn't be part of the condition here, is it, that there's a maintenance bond on the single tree planted in each of these houses?
Through the chair, the applicant can apply for a maintenance bond on the trees if they want to reach plan ceiling earlier, and that bond will be taken until that's done for the planting.
And then it's released.
And then it's released, yes, once it's carried out.
So it's a choice of the...
They can either plant it and get plan ceiling, or we can take a bond to get plan ceiling earlier.
Righto. And we envisage a time in the future where if a neighbour sees someone pruning their tree next door, we're going to send development compliance out on it.
Yeah. We can do, yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, or if we drive past and
Yep.
notice those trees have been pruned in according to not the Australian standard, we can put compliance onto those people.
Good to see government staying out of people's homes.
Oh, look, Mr. Chairman.
Kind of follow up a question about scattered.
Sorry?
How do we define scattered?
Scattered.
Yeah, like the idea of gentle scattering is a term that's been used to describe how will we interpret gentle scattering?
Through the chair, we don't have a definition of it, but I guess it's not for consideration here because it is the only one in this location. So as more come forward, we would need to address that as they did in this area, but it's not for consideration as part of this, or if you consider it here, it achieves that because it's the only one.
Councillor Vorster?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to thank Councillor Tozer for beginning some questions along my lines as well. So when we talk about a gentle scattering, let's just accept for a moment that there is a definition, right? Let's just assume that's the case. What catchment do we look at when testing a gentle scattering? So for example, that light pink area, which is the low density area, is quite large. It extends from the top of the slide all the way down to the bottom and 3/4 of the way east. So when we look at a gentle scattering, are we looking at that whole area and how more intense development is scattered through it, or do we take a more specific look at a street level or a pocket of streets?
Through the chair, it would be assessed on the basis of the concentration within the low density area, and I would suggest within that particular neighbourhood. So if you're looking at Koala Park there, you'd be looking at the area between Tallabudra Creek and the Burleigh Ridgeline.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's no suburb or locality called Koala Park. It's an arbitrary thing. And I suppose, for me, that's where it gets a little bit rubbery, right? And I accept, by the way, that this is the first. So, by definition, it's as gentle as a scatter can be. But, yeah, it is. But I'm just looking at the other side of the road where you've got those 3 lots. Right, so we've got 2 corner lots with 1 lot sandwiched in the middle, right? So would you, let's say we've got another application in, would you say that those corner lots, other things being equal, would higher intensity development there meet the test of a gentle scattering? Or by approving this one, are we precluding or making it more difficult for other lot owners to achieve a high intensity outcome?
Through the chair, I can't really answer that because I haven't given it due consideration in the assessment, and that would come forward if there were another application proposed on one of those other corner lots.
So I mean, the way I look at it is this. In that whole catchment, I've just counted, there's only 4 other corner blocks with dual frontages in the low density zoning. So even if numerically you approved 4 out of a catchment of, what, 50, 100, you know, like I think it would probably be a pretty low percentage, which might be construed to be a gentle scattering. So I think we're a long way off having a concern.
Right. So just last question. What is the mapped height of this low-density residential area?
So through the chair, that there's no particular mapped height. It's just taken that it be a maximum of 2 stories and 9 metres with potential for a partial third, as long as it's still under 9 metres.
Okay. So what would the city officer view have been if we had a 3-storey development?
Again, through the chair, that's not what was proposed, but we have had others proposed where they have included partial thirds, and there would need to be, an overall built form outcome and openness at the front and landscaping and so forth that would be deemed to achieve a low intensity in line with, the intent and existing character of the suburban neighbourhood.
Right. Say there was a 3rd storey, would you have expected any more generous landscaping and better design than what they've currently achieved?
Through the chair, again, I can't answer it definitively because all of those things are reviewed in whole. So it might have the same generous landscaping, but it might have much greater setbacks and lower site cover, which would combine to achieve the outcome without additional landscaping.
All right, thank you.
All right, someone like Councillor Owen Jones?
So I would like to move it.
Yeah. Moved, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Owen Jones?
So firstly, if I could...
I'll come back, Councillor McDonald.
Chair, if I could just ask the name of the 2 officers that are presented this morning. Sorry.
Sorry. Through the chair, it's Sean Gallagher and Just Meet Upwell.
We like your work.
So it's I'll start by saying it's interesting. I actually did ask for a very similar project to come forward, and it did come forward as the earlier item today, and that was quite deliberate on my part, and it was starred, and I didn't unstar it, but what it has created is a pathway for people in the area that I represent to have a clear idea of what an approval looks like for a corner lot in accordance with the scheme. And I did that not knowing that there was going to be a comparable dual occupancy effectively also at the same time, and a slightly different density but not dissimilar, because ultimately our scheme isn't a prescriptive scheme, and it actually allows and expects for these applications to be made. If I could briefly speak in regards to the number of corner lots in Helensvale, there's 180 of them, and that has created some concern in my mind to be able to say to people, this is actually what really good development looks like, and I accept the fact that the difference in density is a lot more gentler in the one that we looked at as 6.1 than this, but I think that the conversation that we've had today around the street plant or the tree planting and that and dealing with the interface between the public realm of the pathway and the development site where people are going to live is important, because I think that we are a city that does have aspirational goals to have green and healthy outcomes. So I think that the tree conversation is interesting. I'd like to think that most people that are going to buy a brand new product, that these two houses effectively would actually be pretty proud of what they're buying, and aren't going to go out of their way to necessarily prune a tree canopy. And I accept that Councillor Vorster has talked about a 400 litre tree as opposed to the proposed minimum size of 200. Sorry, 240 is the size of a wheelie bin, so a green bin. So I think it's important that we've had that conversation, but I also think that we have to give some benefit of the doubt to an owner that's going to come into an area and buy a brand new product and be very house proud. And the majority of the residents that I represent who are purchased $1 million something are pretty house proud and pretty keen to actually maintain the tree. And so the difference between a 200 and a 400 litre tree is the start that you give it in life, but it is also ultimately we're hoping that they stay there for a long time and enjoy their residence, and over a period of time they get the canopy. The gentle sprinkling of this type of product through established estates is actually pretty important in my mind, because it effectively provides accessible access to a different type of accommodation, and that's important for our city moving forward. So I think that it's a really useful exercise that we've actually had these two applications come to committee, because I actually think it shows a really good guide about what is going to happen increasingly throughout the city as people make decisions in regards to purchasing and changing existing areas. But there was and I'm not going to ask for it, but there was the area map that showed 4 or 8 corners also showed that, in a way, the history of how city plans change, because there was a couple of streets where there's clearly significantly smaller than this site, where at some point in the past people have approved 350 or 400 square metre standalone freehold titles, and the 2016 scheme with its amendments allows for that to now happen on corners, and I think that it's a positive thing. And I actually think the fact that we've got 2 examples now on record through the committee and the council process that show what some architectural merit looks like is a really good way of pointing people who want to make applications in the future to what good looks like.
Councillor McDonald, then Councillor Tozer.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Thank you for allowing this to come to committee. I did ask that it be, and thanks for the discussion today. I have had a number of discussions with council officers, and as you can see with the 39 objections, there's a lot of concern within the Koala Park neighbourhood in regards to this particular one. And as you said, it's first cab off the rank. I have met with officers down there on site, and I'm also pleased that it's been raised about the green, because one of the criteria is that it's a balance between the built form and the green area. And we did discuss that on site about the greenery around the building, because it is a pretty intense development. There are actually 8 properties that could be looked at the same criteria. Around that particular area, because the blocks are so small, you could have one on each corner with, if you have a look at that plan that comes up. On the opposite side of the road, and by the way, this is on the road that we discussed the other day with Tabalban Street, that 9,000 vehicles go past there every day. So it's a pretty intense area, and this is going to add to. It's got 4 bedrooms, 8 bedrooms on site. On the opposite side of the road, it's a one dwelling per 250 square metres, so it's pretty intense. And on the opposite corner, there's just been one property completed, and it's very intense on the opposite side of Tavelplan Street. Yeah. So, Mr Chair, you know, there's been a number of issues that have been raised by the community about the destruction of the character of the area. If these type of developments are starting to encroach in that the light pink low density residential area that's usually 400 square metres. So I had to take council officers' advice, even though I felt that this is creating a terrible precedent for the Koala Park area. And certainly with that encroachment on the low density, we're going to see all those applications in, and like was mentioned before, gentle scattering effect, and I've even raised that with the council officers. What's their, you know, determination of a gentle scattering effect? And I'm pleased that it was raised here again today. Thank you.
Councillor Tozer.
Did you want some speaking for? I'll probably speak against.
I don't mind.
You know, look, I got to say, I think there's actually a profound difference between one dwelling per 396 square metres, which is about 1% less than 400, and one dwelling per 272. And I think that if we've signalled that a dual lock's okay on a corner block, and the threshold that we've kind of nominally set is that 400 square metres, then we probably should stick much closer to that. Yeah, I appreciate the dual occupancies are an important part for us to get affordable product on the market, and that we should think carefully about how the low density zone treats these sorts of things. But I can't, as much as I like the architectural merit, I think subjectively any person could look at that and say they look quite good. I think it sets, I think if it ever gets tested, the tests aren't ultimately going to be about architectural merit down the track. They're going to be about lot sizes and how many square metres per dwelling. And I think this sets a really, you know, a difficult precedent, no matter how architecturally meritorious the product is. I think it creates this, 272 square metres on a corner block seems like people with 550 square metre blocks can just halve them up and get out there. Because if it ever does get tested and we ever do refuse one on the basis of architectural merit, they're not going to look at architectural merit, they're going to look at the lot sizes. And I think that sets a really dangerous precedent for us. If we want to entertain 270 square metre blocks and smaller lot sizes and more dwellings and greater density, then we should just go through the proper process to change the planning scheme to make this a medium density area as opposed to a low density area. That's what we should do. We should signal to the public that this is what we're going to do in a particular area. We shouldn't let it happen by creep or by subjective measures. It should be by quite clear, this is how many square metres you need to put a dwelling for a family of 5 people to dwell in a place. I can't support it. I won't be voting today because I'm not on the committee, but I see Councillor McDonald's points, and I think we need to respect the measures that we've set in each zone when it comes to these square metre metrics as opposed to architectural merit metrics.
Thank you, Councillor Hamill, then Councillor Paulino.
I'll keep it brief, Mr Chair. So I'm just going to pick up on Councillor Tozer's point straight away, but I didn't really read much in this report that spoke to architectural merit as being the reasons why we're approving this. Might have been one of the considerations, but it's got a lot more to do with site cover and the other conditions to meet what's needed in there around landscaping intent. I also note too from the times these have come to committee before that before it even gets to that next test of minimum lot sizes and whatnot, that actual street frontage width that's available and position of VXOs tends to be what knocks most of these on the head pretty early. So while there may be 8 corners in this precinct, having a quick measure on a few of them purely based on the minimum street frontage requirement for a dual lock, they'd be knocked out straight away. I'm having a look on the aerials available in the report too, Mr Chair, that the site cover of these 2 buildings on a 500 square metre block is less than the majority of the single dwellings in the area. Like it is well informed, well in keeping with, from what I can see, the rest of the area in terms of site cover, which includes that in the medium residential on the other side of the road, where there could be dual lock and triplex and everything else, there's also single dwellings in amongst it. Chair, I'm just a bit confused in this, that this isn't the time we bring up the planning scheme stuff. If you want to make an amendment to the planning scheme in the next round to remove these, then go for it. I'm fairly confident that I haven't seen that proposed at any time in this area to remove dual locks off corner blocks. If you want to go down that path and do it in the future, but for now, this is absolutely contemplated in city plan. I think it's a great outcome in the area and a good use of a larger block that can carry this. Provides a product level that the market is obviously looking for. And I look forward to seeing more of them come through, not just in this area, but through the whole city.
Thank you. Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be very brief. Our city plan looks to have a variety of housing choices, smaller and more affordable, scattered throughout the city. So I'm very happy to support this one today. We're looking at some urban renewal in this area. It's a very old area, and we've got a lot of new people coming into the city, and they're looking to purchase and to build long term. So this is providing a variety of housing in this area, and we don't have a prescriptive planning scheme. We have a planning scheme that's going to cater to all of those who want to live within our city. So I'm more than happy to support this this application today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Jones, did you, Councillor O'Neill?
Just because I seconded, Chair, just like a word, I travel this road quite a bit, sometimes daily, so I do know the area. I'm one of the problems, that's correct. But what I see in the medium density, what's popped up in the medium density area just across the road is far less desirable than what we've got here before us today, I can assure you. And I think, and I looked at this closely because of the density, but I think that with the architectural merit, I think it's really a great outcome for that area. And unfortunately, pity it wasn't across the road as well.
Right, thank you. Councillor Jones, do you want to close?
I'm almost there, yeah. So councillors, we've heard a fair bit today, and most of it has talked about a wish that we had a prescriptive scheme, and we don't. We've got a performance-based scheme. So, Councillor Tozer, when you talk about giving surety in regards to density and 400, like that, the challenge we have is that because of the way our scheme has to be structured by state legislation, you can have code accessible or impact accessible. The 400 is what is the trigger for it to becoming impact accessible. I spoke earlier today about what's happening in Helensvale and the corner blocks, but I've also got 300 blocks in Helensvale which are greater than 800 square metres, where it's basically code accessible to allow for the creation of two titles. And that's what the scheme allows for. If we don't want that, we actually need to try to argue for something different, but it's clearly not going to happen either, because schemes, it's really hard to go backwards. So I think that we can't wish for something that isn't in the scheme. We have to make assessments based on what is actually in the scheme. And in this case, it's actually contemplated that in the event where it is less than 400 square metres, it gets elevated up to an impact assessment, and Councillor McDonald has asked for this to come to committee to be assessed and voted on, and that's what we're doing today.
All right, thank you. Debate's closed. We'll take the vote. All in favour? Against? Carried. Yeah. And Councillor Vorster, I've just had a look at the image you sent through of a 400 litre bag size. I don't know if we're going to fit that between the property boundary and the fence. So we just need to make sure that that is a sensible, fit for purpose outcome. Yeah, or we could do one that's half the size, like 200.
Well,
all right.
To tell Peter's
joke. Helen.
He seems to think we should get one 400 litre and cut it in half and have two 200 metres.
Does that count as trunk infrastructure?
Oh! Okay, carried. Thank you. It's 12:54 and lunch has just arrived, so we might take this opportunity to take a break, probably for 20 minutes or so.
You don't want to move 6.3.
So, councillors, we've got Councillor Gates will be out of the room for 6.3, which is upcoming, 6.5 and 6.7. Does anyone have any objection if we just deal with those items together now? And at the appropriate time, Councillor Hamill can leave as well.
Just,
well, the matters would be out of order. Yep. So we're going to deal with item 6.3. Councillor Gates is leaving the room. 6.3.
You want to pick up today?
Yes, but the kids have not been quiet. Later.
Right, ready when you are.
Okay, cool. Through the chair, item 6.3 is an application for a code accessible 1:2 lot subdivision where it's proposed to create one volumetric lot and one standard format lot at 2 Capital Court, Varsity Lakes. The site is located on the corner of University Drive and Main Street. The site is located within the centre zone and is surrounded by a mix of uses and zones, including the medium density residential zone, community facility zone and low density residential zone. The development has previous approvals over the site. There's a previous material change of use for multiple dwellings, short-term accommodation, shop and food and drink outlet. This development comprised of 386 dwellings in 4 towers over 2 stages. This application was approved on the 6th of December 2019. You can see the 2 of the towers are currently nearing completion on site at the moment. That's stage 1 of the development. There was a subsequent minor change to this approval, and then a further material change of use for additions was approved, which increased the density and the height of building 4, which is the one right on the corner of the intersection there. These are the site photos showing the development nearing completion, or stage 1 of the development nearing completion. And that's the MCU context plan, which shows the 4 towers and the communal facilities in the centre of the site. The proposed subdivision involves the creation of 2 lots. Proposed lot 1 is a volumetric lot that is limited in height from RL-100 up to RL-100. This lot incorporates the whole of towers 3 and 4 and correlates to approved stage 1. Proposed lot 2 is a standard format lot that will incorporate the remainder of the site and future buildings 1 and 2 once constructed, and this correlates to stage 2 of the approval. These plans illustrate through from the basement level 2, through basement level 1, ground level 1, 2, 3 and above. The purpose of the subdivision is to create separate titles for the staging 1 and 2 to allow for separate funding for stage 2 of the development. The 2 lots are consistent with the approved material change of use over the site and the approved staging. The subdivision will not impact on the provision of any services or facilities, including car parking. The 2 lots are to be managed via a building management statement, and this document will coordinate the development and operation of the development, including rights for access and management of shared facilities and services between the 2 lots. As the application is a code accessible application and as the proposed lots comply with the approved material change of use over the site, comply with the approved staging and do not impact upon access, services, facilities or car parking, it's recommended that the subdivision be approved.
All right, thank you. Sorry, just go back to that volumetric image that you had there. So does the shape of the volumetric easement changes as it goes through the different planes? Is that right?
Through the chair, it does.
At what level does that change occur there that you can see?
Through the chair, the small portion that juts out to the side is the waste management area. If we go back to basement 2, you can see that small portion in the corner of the plan fronting onto Main Street, where the volumetric lot goes all the way along the frontage of Main Street. That includes that waste management area. Then as you go up to level 1, that's pulled back and only covers stage 1 up to the entrance into the development.
And have
And
you
that
got
continues.
sorry, have you just got ground floor there as well? So how, we're obviously overlaying the basement car park design below. How do we, it seems to me at ground level, the road is actually going to be in multiple ownerships. Is that what we're expecting?
Through the chair, there will be the 2 separate lots at ground level, which will
So
have,
you can,
yes, 2
so that
separate
looks
owners.
like an entry road of some sort.
Through the chair, that's correct. That road that you can see in the centre of the site, that's in stage 1, that is the entry road. But because of the slope of the site, basement, it's deceptive, basement to the waste area is actually more so kind of ground
Yeah,
level.
that's fine. So I've moved on from the waste area. I'm now talking about the road, which appears to be the entry point, and it's got a subdivision line through the middle of it. Is that correct?
Through the chair, it does go through a portion of it, but it doesn't impact on the ability of the road to operate as a road or as an entry area.
Because it's already constructed.
Through the chair, it is constructed on site, the entry.
Okay.
There are some more photos at the end which may show that entry perhaps. That's a portion of the entry there, but probably not in the correct location. That's probably a bit further out. Oops. Yeah, it doesn't really show it properly, sorry.
And so is that cul-de-sac thing, is it actually an elevated platform kind of construction?
Through the chair, no, it's on the
on the
entry
ground?
road, it's just on ground
Okay,
level.
good.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Councillor Vorster?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I know we've had a long session, but I've got very real concerns about what at first glance appears a very simple code accessible application. I'm not satisfied that we're dealing with this matter appropriately, and I think we need to get to the bottom of how we arrived here today. And I wish that was not the case, and I've sought for months legal advice to inform my deliberations on this matter. I haven't been furnished with that legal advice despite asking for it for months. And I just want to take the opportunity to ask some questions today to try and satisfy myself that this is an appropriate decision for council to be making or not. And if we arrive in a position where the committee supports the officer recommendation, I just want to flag that we need to get to the bottom of what happened here, and it may require general business item to be considered. My first question, Mr. Chairman, through you to the city officers. During the presentation, we heard about an approval applying at the site, a singular approval. But can you confirm that we have multiple concurrent approvals over the site to Capital Court Robina, Varsity Lakes?
Through the chair, there are multiple, yes. As I mentioned, there was the original material change of use for the multiple dwellings, short-term accommodation and so on. That was the one approved back in December 19. And then there was the minor change to that approval. And then there was a material change of use for additions, which involved the increase in density and height of building 4. And that was the one that was approved at council meeting on the 24th of November 2020.
Right. So you talked about 3 approvals. You had the initial one, you had the change, and then you had the additions. Now, the change, right, did the change affect the conditions of approval that had been, that apply to the first approval? In other words, the first approval had conditions. Did the change affect some of those conditions?
Through the chair, there were changes to the conditions through the minor change approval, yes.
So the minor change changed the conditions of approval that were initially granted for the first approval?
Through the chair, that's correct, yes.
Okay. This MCU for additions, right, which is something that we rarely have through council, does an MCU for additions or with additions, whatever the the terminology is, does that supersede or override any conditions of approval for the first approval on the site?
Through the chair, the conditions were consistent. In particular, car parking conditions were particularly made consistent with the original approval, so that they were the same.
Okay, well, sorry. Let me ask the question in a different way. The first approval, which was modified by the change for the first stage, which consists of the 2 towers that have been constructed, how many car parks does that approval require for the first stage?
Through the chair, 2 seconds.
I suspect it might be 296, but I'll take your guidance.
So, through the chair, the car parking on the whole of the site in the original approval required 500, or was approved for 506 car parking spaces. The AO, the Transport Code, AO1 required 430 car parking spaces. So that's...
Sorry, I really don't want to confuse my colleagues in the same way that I was confused. So if we could just, with all due respect, if you could attempt to narrow your answer to my question, which is after the second approval, which was the change to the first, how many car parks were a condition of approval, not in the AO, condition of approval as voted by this council for the first stage?
Through the chair, all 3 approvals had the same requirements in terms of car parking as 506 spaces.
Right. So for the first stage, not the second stage, how many car parks were required after the second approval, which modified the conditions of the first? And through you, Mr. Chairman, perhaps I can get an answer from Roger, because I've been furnished with a figure, which is different to the 500 and something.
Through the chair, Councillor Vorster, are you considering the change in relation to the minor change, or the change in relation to the subsequent MCU approval?
So there are 2 concurrent approvals at the site. There's the first approval, which was modified in some minor way, which governs, I think, the first 10 stories of the development. There's 1 approval. There is a second approval, which is this weird volumetric approval, which sits on top of the first 10 stories. They are separate, entirely separate approvals. I'm not asking about the second approval, the extra 7 stories or whatever it is. I'm not asking about that. I'm dealing with the successive approvals that gave us the first 10 stories of the first stage. How many car parks were required as a condition of approval?
Through you, Mr. Chair, condition 12 of the minor change requires a total of 506 car parking spaces, comprising of 258 spaces for residents and 36 spaces for visitors. That's for stage 1.
Okay, sorry, that was, I just want to write it down. It was 200 and?
A total of 506 spaces throughout.
Yes.
And in relation to stage 1, 258 for residents and 36 for visitors for stage 1.
For stage 1. So under that approval for stage 1, what height is that corner building under that approval?
Through the chair, it's 10 stories.
Okay, so would it be a fair and accurate statement for me to make that there currently exists today an approval from council with conditions that require 258 car parks to be provided for residents and 36 car parks for visitors for those who live and visit the first 10 stories of the building that was ultimately constructed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, my take on it is that a subsequent MCU was lodged. It was an impact assessment for the additional 6 stories. That was a fresh assessment by officers in relation to car parking. The applicant provided a traffic engineer's assessment to say that no additional car parking was required. Our traffic engineers made a fresh assessment, largely based on the AO1 of the Transport Code, and considered that no extra car parking was required based on compliance with the AO. Just out of interest, in relation to PO3 of the Transport Code, it's in relation to extensions to development. They are to provide additional car parking spaces to meet the increased parking demand. That's the PO. But the note says additional car parking spaces are not required where it can be demonstrated that the existing parking on site was in excess of the city plan requirements at the time of approval. So council officers had regard to the city plan and considered that, notwithstanding what the condition was on the original one, that based on compliance with the AO, no additional car parking was required for the subsequent MCU. This was a recommendation under the subsequent MCU and was brought to this committee as a recommendation based on that finding.
So, Mr Chairman, I've allowed Roger to say his piece out of my deep respect for him, but yet again, I find that my questions concerning the first stage and the initial development are being conflated by a second separate development application, and I would appreciate if my questions can be answered directly so that we can have absolute clarity around what has occurred, because conflating the two has caused a lot of confusion in the community, a lot of confusion in this chamber, and has given rise to some serious questions on my behalf. So, with all due respect, if we could narrow it down to the first stage, I'd appreciate it. So, just to reset, would it be fair to say that there is a development approval which exists today, which is publicly available through PD Online, that says that the first 10 stories of stage 1 of this development is to provide 258 car parks for those residents and 36 car parks for their related visitors?
Through you, Mr Chair, I think we're just going to have to see things differently. It doesn't say for those residents. There's a requirement to supply car parking spaces for residents and visitors. I acknowledge that. But there is no allocation within the condition. We do not, our jurisdiction doesn't lie with the allocation of car parking spaces. It's about the supply of it. And Julie went on site the other day and has confirmed that those spaces have been created. That is our position on it, that there was a requirement to provide those car parking spaces.
So, Mr Chairman, through you to Roger, the plans that were approved for the 10 stories, which showed a basement with 500 plus car parks, but 258 car parks for the residents and 36 for the visitors for that stage. Do you think the community or the decision makers who voted, including myself, to approve that development, did so on the basis that that would be the quantum of car parks provided for the units that were outlined in those plans?
Through you, Mr Chair, I think so at the time, but it's an applicant's prerogative to lodge subsequent MCU applications, and those MCU applications we're entitled to make a fresh assessment on the car parking. And I'd just like to bring to the committee's attention, we've done that at the Rock Pools development. That's been a recent development where very much the same methodology for that, where the applicant lodged an MCU application for 20 units with car parking, subsequently lodged another change to increase the yield by 2, with no additional car parking. That was accepted by the committee.
So, Mr Chairman, through you to Roger, was that also an MCU for additions?
Through the Chair, it wasn't an MCU for additions, but it was another change, which was a very similar process.
Mr Chairman, I just want to make this point absolutely clear, that you cannot compare what happened at Rockpools, right, or Rockpool, what is it? Rockpool, with what's happened here, because the applicant did not seek to change an existing approval to add units. They lodged a fresh application for an entirely new development that happened to sit above their existing development, right? So I fully accept that that's what happened at Rockpool, and if I voted to support it, you know, so be it. I think that's a reasonable outcome if they're complying with the AO and if they're complying with the conditions of approval as amended. But my point is, if I go to PD Online, I can download a copy of an approval for a 10-storey building that says for the 10-storey building, there is to be 258 car parks for the residents and 36 car parks for the visitors. Now, notwithstanding that there is a second or third MCU, that third MCU does not modify the conditions of approval that this council saw fit to structure when it made its vote. It may comply with an overall officer assessment on the acceptable outcomes, but no one has been able to tell me that a separate MCU for additions negates a council-endorsed set of approved conditions. So, through you, Mr Chairman, to Roger, does an MCU for additions override or supersede conditions for approval for another development?
Through you, Mr Chair, I believe the condition 12 of the subsequent MCU does supersede the original condition 12, and my rationale for that is that it actually reaffirms the original MCU approval. So that shows that there was a predetermined position by officers to consider the original MCU, and in line with PO3 and that note that I added, and in line with compliance with the Transport Code AO1. So yes, in my opinion, that condition 12 of the subsequent MCU does supersede the requirements of the original MCU.
So, Mr Chairman, through you to Roger or to Mick, I have asked for months, I've asked for a legal opinion on that point. In today's response, Mr Chairman, through you to Roger, you talk about your opinion, which, you know, I love relying on because you're a great city officer with lots of experience and, you know, we need to show deference to that. But what I'm not hearing is that there is a legal case that an MCU for additions overrides a council-endorsed set of conditions of approval. And my concern is that we will have on our hands two concurrent approvals where the conditions on the provision of car parking for the first cannot be satisfied because there will be vehicles from a second separate development eating into its supply. Not its supply under an overall AO assessment that's not been made through council, but merely in officers' minds, but eating into a supply that council has determined as appropriate by a formal vote. So my question through you, Mr Chairman, to Roger is, have city officers acted on my reasonable request to seek a legal opinion on this issue? And if so, what was that legal opinion?
Through you, Mr Chair, I was unaware that you were seeking legal advice. I knew that this was your point of question. However, I thought officers had adequately responded to you. I wasn't aware that you're seeking formal legal advice.
Well, Roger, with all due respect, we had a phone conversation where I said I was seeking it, and I met with two city officers, including Philip, who's not here, and asked for that legal advice. And I've just had a history of being stonewalled when seeking it. So,
well, the good news is Andrew's here today, and I'm sure he can help us. So, probably for the sake of dealing with that legal advice, we might need to move to closed, but if someone's prepared to do that, then we can have a chat about it. Moved by Councillor Owen Jones, second by Councillor Pauline Young. All in favour? Against? Carried. All right, we're back open again. Thank you. Andrew, you can probably take a seat. All right, any other questions for the council officers? Someone want to move a recommendation or move anything? Councillor Peter Young? Move the officer's recommendation? Someone like to second that? Councillor Owen Jones? Councillor Peter Young, did you want to speak to it? Anyone else want to speak for or against? Councillor Vorster?
Thank you very much, Mr Chairman. Mr Chairman, this site is a very contentious one in my community, and it's a community that's been affected by a severe parking shortage. And that was recognised by council just last round, where we voted to progress amendments to the city plan to remove the relaxation on the amount of car parking provided in centre zones, the zone in which this development resides. Now, as a councillor, I took an open and persuadable mind to the initial development application, and even though the public conversation against the development was very loud and very clear, I did the reasonable thing, and that was to, on balance, support the initial development application on the basis that the applicant demonstrated their responsiveness to the parking situation in Varsity Lakes and provided for the first stage of their development, which was to be 10 stories only, 258 car parks for those residents and 36 car parks for their visitors. Mr Chairman, what then unfolded was an application by the applicant for an additional, I think, 7 stories to sit above the initially approved 10. And Mr Chairman, what was intriguing about that approach was that the applicant didn't seek to change their approval, which is the approach that would unfold anywhere else on the Gold Coast, in my view. They sought an entirely fresh development approval. A development approval for a 7-storey development that just so happened to sit above a 10-storey development. And one of the reasons why city officers recommended the second approval for this separate 7-storey development is that it was largely consistent with other developments in the area. And at the time, I asked city officers, well, name me some of those other developments that are so consistent with this one. And the response to me at committee was, well, the one below it. Mr Chairman, I thought that was an absurd defence of that recommendation for approval, because what it suggested is that you could build, like playing a game of Jenga, a development to whatever height you wanted on the basis that there was a similar height approved just below it. And it also begged the question for me on car parking, because how could it be that there is a development approval for an initial 10 stories, which required for the needs of those 10 stories, 258 car parks for the residents and 36 car parks for the visitors? How could it be that we've got one development approval that requires that much car parking by council vote, and yet we end up in a situation where an extra 7 stories are approved without providing a single extra physical car park? Now, city officers have said to me, well, councillor, we should, and it's appropriate to consider both of the approvals together. My personal view, not as a town planner, but as a community representative and a resident of the Gold Coast, is that, quite frankly, is a nonsense. And it's a nonsense because today I can visit PD Online and download a development approval at 2 Capitol Court, which says that for the first 10 stories of that development, I should expect to see 258 car parks for those residents and 36 car parks for those visitors. I can do that today. What I don't have is a document which says 17 stories. 17 stories can dip into that 258 plus 36 supply. The best city officers can tell me is, well, but councillor, there is an approval for 7 stories with 500 car parks. Well, that may be the case, but we still don't have a development approval that says that 17 stories of development will share in 258 car parks for the residents and 36 for the visitors. I'm not bloody minded. These buildings are constructed, even though I didn't vote for the ultimate development application. What I wanted to do was to offer city officers a way, and this committee and the council a way, to try and reconcile as far as possible two concurrent and, in my view, conflicting development approvals. And the most appropriate way of doing that would have been a condition of approval that did not allocate car parking to any unit within this development and guaranteed the residents in the first 10 stories unfettered access to the car parking that they deserve and expect because of the approval that council granted. Now, that does not mean to say that the residents in the balance, so the extra 7 stories, wouldn't have had anywhere to park. It's just that the residents in the first 10 stories shouldn't have been restricted in enjoying the car parking that was provided explicitly by council vote for their use and enjoyment. And we haven't arrived at that position today, Mr. Chairman. What we have is 2 imperfect, concurrent, conflicting development approvals. This methodology must not be accepted by this council again. It creates too much uncertainty for the community, too much uncertainty, and what it says is that any development application where a developer proposes to provide a single car park above the AO is simply unreliable. And if it's unreliable, the community cannot have faith in it. It opens the door to gaming of the system. It's a perversion of good development application decisions. I'll leave it to the wisdom of the committee and the council whether or not to approve this or not. But I hope in general business we've got an opportunity to understand what's happened to bring us to this point and ensure that there is better guidance to applicants and city officers to ensure that we have good decisions being made, transparent decisions being made, and those decisions require a holistic assessment of a development, not chopping a high-rise into multiple segments to orchestrate an outcome. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak for or against? Councillor Young.
Thanks, Chairman. Just briefly closing, appreciate Councillor Vorster's concerns and sentiments, although I don't want to comment on the prospect of council being gamed by the applicant in this regard, but I'll just make clear for the public's benefit, the original approval carried a requirement for 506 car spaces, and that with the additional floors now in the second part of the approval, shall we say, that meets the acceptable outcome in the scheme for perfectly providing adequate car parking for all of the dwellings that are to be built. Thank you.
Thank you. Debate's closed. We'll take the vote. All in favour? Against? Carried. And if we could note Councillor Vorster voting in the negative. Councillor Hamill, if you'd like to depart, we'll deal with item 6.5. Thanks. We have a presentation on this one.
For all councillors, my name is Adrian, part of the regional planning team. So in April this year, City Planning commenced the Yatala Stapleton Industrial Area expansion investigation. The Yatala Enterprise Area is an economic powerhouse for the city and is our largest industrial zone area. Its proximity to other major industrial precincts and regional population, including the Western Growth Corridor, the M1 motorway, future Coomera Connector extensions, Port of Brisbane and the Brisbane International Airport make it the ideal location for investment. It is also recognised as a regional significant employment cluster, or REC, under Shaping SEQ. Oh, pardon me. Previous resolutions that have led to this project include that in September 2020, Council resolved to undertake investigations surrounding the Yatala Stapleton Enterprise Area to identify 50 years of industrial land supply. As a target, the current effective supply of 540 hectares should be doubled if possible, and future land supply should maintain an overall balance of industry zones in the study area, including 25% low impact industry, 50% medium impact industry, and 25% high impact industry zones. In November 2021, a Merrill Minute was presented to Council. At that meeting, Council resolved that officers undertake investigations into expanding the Yatala Enterprise Area to the east of the M1 motorway, with a report to be presented to the Planning and Environment Committee detailing the scope, timing and budget requirements in the first quarter of 2022. Also, that Council note the findings from these investigations will be used to inform a city plan amendment package to the state government, ideally before 2022. And finally, in April this year, Council noted the commencement of the Yatala Stapleton Industrial Area Expansion Investigation Area. City officers are working collaboratively with our state government counterparts, given the project's interrelationships with key state interests, such as the detailed planning of the Coomera Connector and an upcoming review of the South East Queensland Regional Plan. City officers have also taken into consideration the potential loss of employment lands as a result of some state government infrastructure projects. This includes the Ormo investigation area as required for the Department of Transport and Main Roads Category C future railway land acquisition, identified as the preferred location for its rail stabling facility. We have also included employment lands potentially lost to the Coomera Connector, Stage 2, both in Yatala and also in Coomera. So in total, 673 hectares worth of industrial land supply is flagged as required to be identified in this project. The project is proposed to be undertaken in 4 stages to consider the opportunities and constraints and identify both future land use strategy and infrastructure requirements to support future policy and investment decisions. The 4 stages include the planning context, technical investigations, strategic planning and the statutory phase. The Stage 1 investigation nominated areas for further focus in subsequent stages of the project and recommended further technical investigations be undertaken in Stage 2. A stakeholder engagement plan was proposed for consideration, but the investigation and communications with state government have deemed it too premature. Stage 2 is subject to Council's budget deliberations and any external support that may be allocated. Stage 3 consists of the preparation of a strategic plan. Careful consideration of Council's trunk infrastructure networks will also be required to determine the optimal land use and service outcomes. Finally, Stage 4 will involve exploration of statutory instrument options from drafting all the way through to adoption. Stage 1 of the project has analysed the suburbs of Yatala, Stapleton, Alberton, Gilberton, Woongoolba and Norwell. The information seeks to identify areas of interest where possible and to inform further studies required to progress future stages of this project. This slide illustrates the urban footprint and existing Yatala Stapleton industrial area. A key consideration for future stages of the project will be that the expansion of the Yatala Stapleton industrial area will be subject to land currently outside the urban footprint. The City is working in close collaboration with the State Government as their review of shaping SUQ will likely coincide with this project. And the Coomera Connector is also a major consideration for this project.
Sorry, just to clarify that, so that purple dotted line is the urban footprint?
Through the chair, no, the purple outline is the boundaries of the Yatala Enterprise area. The area shaded in red is the existing urban footprint.
Right. And what's the investigation area overlaid on that?
Through the chair, it is not overlaid on that map. The
Right.
investigation area, or the study area as we consider it, includes the 4 suburbs of
Sorry,
Yatala.
I misunderstood. Thank you.
So page 313. Yeah.
Thank you.
Could I just ask a quick question in
Yeah.
regards to that urban footprint and page 313? Where the Coomera Connector kind of goes up between the existing Yatala Stapleton industrial area and the focus area, and then that leaves a patch to the left-hand side, which isn't in the urban footprint. Would the state look at including that? Does that make sense? So on page 313 of the report, to the west of the Coomera Connector, immediately above the existing Yatala Stapleton industrial area, I'm assuming that we've kept it out because it'll be subject to inundation, but would they include that into the footprint?
Through the chair at this stage, we're just working closely with the state government. I think it's too early to actually have any position on that at the moment. Okay. This slide highlights the extent of flooding in the study area. As you can see, much of the study area is heavily constrained by flood depths of 1.2 metres or greater, as depicted in the lighter shade of blue, and then progressively getting deeper as the blue intensifies. Areas less constrained with flood levels are either white, yellow or green. The majority of the land east of the Yatala Stapleton industrial area is located within the Woolgoolba flood mitigation catchment area. The purpose of the overlay is to ensure that the drainage capacity of the Woolgoolba flood mitigation scheme area for rainfall events up to 1 in 10 year events drains within 3 days, and that this capacity is not eroded due to cumulative impact of development. On to the next slide. This highlights the Coastal Wetlands and Islands Core Habitat Area System. City Plan also identifies locally significant wetlands and nominates a 100-metre buffer to wetlands as an acceptable outcome. Development provisions require wetlands, waterways and their associated buffers to be protected and enhanced. The Yatala Stapleton industrial area is bordered by major waterways, including the Albert and Logan Rivers to the north, the Gold Coast Broadwater, main channel, to the east, and the Pimpama River to the south. Bem Creek, a major waterway, also runs between the Woolgoolba and Norwell suburb boundaries. There are numerous minor waterways also traversing the area, all of which have been appropriately integrated into City Plan with nominated 30-metre buffers either side of minor waterways and 60-metre buffers either side of major waterways. Key resource areas are illustrated in the hatched areas protect resources from being rendered inaccessible by urban expansion. This protection includes consideration of what development is permitted on land designated for these KRAs and against encroachment by sensitive land uses. Due to the state's preference to protect resources within these KRAs from urban expansion, they have influenced the areas suitable for further investigation for industrial expansion. There are 2 KRA designations that cover land north and east of the Yatala Stapleton industrial area. These are identified as KRA 69 and KRA 65. KRA 69 is the quarry rock and remaining overall resources is estimated to be sufficient for 15 to 20 years. And KRA 65 on the right-hand side of this illustration is comprised of 5 separate key areas extending from Woolgoolba down to Pimpama. The resource is sand, which represents the Brisbane to Gold Coast market's major onshore source of fine sand for concrete and asphalt. By ruling out heavily constrained areas, a focus area has been identified. This area will require further technical studies to resolve constraints prior to progressing to the land use strategy phase of the project. Based on the preliminary planning investigation, the focus area identified for further review has the potential to unlock the amount of land sought by council to accommodate long-term industrial land supply. As seen in the table, it is almost double the amount of industrial land supply sought. Some parts of the focus area may be able to be unlocked faster than others. The future Coomera Connector Corridor traverses part of the focus area, and as such, the interface with this corridor will need to be considered as the project progresses. While it is a constraint to the project, it also provides future connectivity opportunities. Part of the focus area is located within the Woolgoolba floodplain. A number of technical investigations are recommended to inform future land use planning in this area, including the potential impacts that industrial expansion may have on the floodplain, both from a hydraulic perspective as well as considering other existing uses within the floodplain. The majority of the focus area is zoned rural, with a small pocket of rural residential. There is some landslide hazard as well as environmental values which may reduce the area available for industrial development. The focus area is located outside the urban footprint, but would form an extension to the existing industrial settlement pattern, extending along key transport routes.
Councillor Jones, sorry, I'll just break for a quick question.
So just in regards to the focus area and constraints, does that still include some of the waterways and wetlands that are identified as constraints on page 321 in the focus area? And that hasn't been netted off, has it?
Through the chair, the areas with waterways and wetlands were omitted from the focus area, inclusive of the buffers that were nominated before, 30 and 60 metres for minor waterways and 100 metres from the larger waterways to the north, the Logan and the Logan River, and also
Sorry, just through the chair, Adrian, if you went back a couple of slides, there was some of the waterway mapping that went through the actual focus area itself. So have those been netted out yet, or are they something that we'll work through more detailed study?
So where the word Alberton is in the focus area, and it's clearly it's being described as a buffer area.
Okay, through the chair, the areas for these buffer areas, they'll definitely be looked into in further detail with those further technical investigations. So apologies if I made a mistake.
So there is and there will be a netting out required. Okay.
Yeah, it's a gross area, and so this further work, that's why we have double the area to look at, because naturally as we do more study, we'll have to refine what the actual available land is to industry development.
The focus area is located outside the urban footprint, but would form an extension to the existing industrial settlement pattern, extending along key transport routes. It is located in the least flood-affected parts of the study area, with the opportunity area limited to land modelled to be less than 1.2 metres deep based on the current City Plan version 8 defined flood level. Compensatory earthworks of larger lots could allow for flood storage balancing. However, it is recommended that a broader hydraulic assessment be undertaken of the flood plain. This is to investigate flood hazard mitigation in this area. Identified vegetation, wetlands, waterways and linkages, as well as government-owned land and Eldrip Park designation are also present, which will need to be considered as part of more detailed land use planning in stage 2. The identified focus area does not preclude further investigations to identify more land at a later stage if required. When considering further studies, hydraulics is the major constraint that needs to be investigated. This coincides with the work being done in Stieglitz. Other considerations can be influenced by this land, and as such will be conducted subsequent to those investigations. The technical investigations and detailed strategic planning will influence the nominated opportunity areas to ensure the appropriate location of industrial expansion. It is worth noting that in 2020, Council resolved to develop a 10-year freight investment schedule to enhance accessibility for high productivity vehicles, or HPVs, between the Pacific Motorway and the city's industrial areas, a majority of which will be connecting to and around the Yatala Enterprise area and this focus area.
So, Mr Chair, before we move off that side, if I could ask, has the state expressed any concerns regarding the conflict between some of those constraints and the objective of delivering more industrial area?
Through the Chair, at this stage, our discussions with the state government are quite preliminary in nature. We are working very collaboratively with them, and our next meeting is in early December to discuss the preliminary planning investigation report in more detail.
And do you see that as an opportunity for them to give clear direction at this stage as to a pathway forward? Because there's a lot of notional external consultants required to prepare information regarding those constraints, whereas if the state has a hard no or a hard line position on some of those constraints, you know, that...
Through the Chair, at this stage, I'm just not too sure how that will eventuate.
Yeah, I'll just add to that the governance arrangement that we've put in place provides the opportunity for the state to be, at the very earliest, letting us know if there's any particular issues that are fundamental roadblocks, if you like.
Yep.
The other thing we want to work through with them is just to understand things like their state planning policy interests around agriculture, to also understand, are there particular studies here that they want to fund or direct themselves? So they have brought funding to the table of $50,000, and so we're just looking at how best that money be spent with them. So that might also help, for instance, with a traffic impact assessment. If Main Roads wants to be the one leading that, they can fund that work as well.
Because I'm assuming the top northwestern section of the proposed Coomera Connector is where it heads off into wetland areas, and I would have thought it would make sense if TMR and the state led that section of the constraint mapping, because whatever they propose to happen in that area is clearly going to influence everything to the east.
Okay, through the Chair, was that a question or can I move on? Thank you. We are working collaboratively with the state government. They agree this project presents an opportunity to align with the upcoming Shaping SEQ review. This project will be led by the city in collaboration with the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning, who will represent the Queensland State Government. They request this project incorporate best practice research and be done in a manner which can be replicated by other local government areas that may wish to expand other regional economic clusters in the future. So a terms of reference and governance arrangement has been drafted and is currently with DSD-ILGP for their review and feedback. Moving on to the next steps, this slide illustrates that we are currently finalising stage one. We will continue to work closely with the state government and early next year commence those technical investigations as outlined in the third and fourth columns. Are there any further questions, councillors?
Councillor Young.
Thanks, Chair, through you. I think we're all familiar with the alignment of the Coomera Connector, and obviously there's impacts, but I wasn't aware of 63 hectares of land expected to be lost to future railway land. Can you show where that is, please?
Through the Chair, that's actually not on this It's not depicted or shaded on this map, however, it is just south to the existing Yatala Stapleton industrial area, adjoining the rail corridor, which is where Ormo is depicted in text, just to the right of that area. There's a railway line going through there. It's formally known, it is known as the Ormo Investigation Area, and that has been subject to a compulsory land acquisition by the Department of Main Roads and Transport.
Sorry, you described it as a stand area or something?
Through the chair, it's a railway stabling yard.
Where the trains go to sleep.
Freight
That's what
or
I thought he
passenger?
said. I was just
For freight or passenger vehicles?
Through the chair, that'll be for passenger.
Rolling stock.
It's going to be pretty big because that's 63 hectares and yet the Coomera Connector combined is 70 hectares. So you've got almost as much land lost for that railway as we can see in all that blue stuff.
Sorry, through the chair, just to clarify, the Ormo investigation is actually a much larger site, but what the state has taken through their compulsory acquisition is 63 hectares of developable land. So that's what we've added to this total to actually just represent like for like, rather than including the whole site, which also includes similar constraints like flooding.
Yeah, but Councillor Young's point is that the blue line that slithers through the existing Yatala area that's going to be a loss is 50.
All of that blue is 70 and yet this railway land is 63. It must be a pretty big blob.
But it's only the 33 of the dark blue that slithers through the light blue shading.
How much did you say?
So it talks there of 33 hectares. So between the word Gilberton...
No, that's focus area. So the number, I think, is 53.
Through the chair. It's, yeah, the 53 represents, there's the light blue existing estate, and then the hatching over the top, which is the Coomera Connector that sits over that existing zone land, is the 53. And so if you took that and then took it down to the investigation area, you'll see how that's, you know, reasonably well aligned in the actual area. And like Catherine highlighted, the actual property that is the Ormo investigation area is probably almost 200 hectares, but it's only 63 odd hectares that the state's identified as its future railway requirement. But that just happens to be most of the developable land that sits within that investigation area.
Which they now own.
I'm not sure if they own it yet, but yeah.
Still, it's a fair
It's a big chunk. It'd be interesting to see a map of it. I don't know if you can generate that in the future for us, please.
Through the chair, we can prepare some.
Thanks, Jim.
So we've long talked about what the tipping point is for the sugarcane industry. In the focus area that we've identified, how much cane land is actually being farmed at the moment? Do we have that number?
Through the chair, we do not have that number at the moment, but it's something that we could look at existing uses within the focus area and come up with something.
Maybe we could get an idea from the aerial, but is there a lot of cane in that area, or is that a bit too far west? I don't really know where it transitions out.
Through the chair, from a desktop analysis, there is some of the area within the focus area used for cane production, cane harvesting. There is also a lot of other land uses, such as residential, rural residential as well.
Okay. So the second thing I was just going to raise is what do we think the community appetite is in this area to see this change to industrial? Is there any early indication of what that might be like? Because, for example, one of the amendments that we're putting through, I think, is changing transport depots being self-accessible in rural residential lots, because particularly up in that Alberton area, we've seen that occurring and it's not been a welcome use in the neighbourhood. Do we know what the feedback's going to be like if there's industrial on the doorstep of Alberton residents?
Through the chair, at this stage, we explored preparing up a stakeholder engagement plan. However, thought that was too premature given the level of state interests that are in this area, particularly from the Coomera Connector and also the upcoming Shaping SCQ review. So we prepared we have a much higher level stakeholder engagement approach prepared. However, that seeks to identify relevant stakeholders but does not yet have any indication of appetite. It's something that we would need to continue to investigate.
And so where on that timeline do we start talking to the community about what this might look like on that?
Yeah, through the chair, apologies, my clicker has stopped working.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's on the table on page 338, I think it is, 336, Adrian.
Through the chair, thank you. So on page 336, in the strategic plan, which is the third or stage 4 consultation phase, that is to be 36 months after the stage that we are currently in.
3 years.
Can I ask
okay.
a question?
And then, so just, sorry, one more, if we can. How do you think this sits, perhaps, Richard, in terms of the broader SEQ, the urban footprint and the review of that? Do you think this would form the extent of the urban footprint that we'd be interested in expanding, or would we be looking the area between where the urban footprint is and the river, for example? Like, do we start to cast our mind a little bit more broadly? So this doesn't necessarily represent a change to the urban footprint. This is just for this?
Correct. This is an early phase study, and as Adrian highlighted earlier, this is our estimate of 50 years of land supply. So even if we were to be in a position to make a recommendation to the state about perhaps even what a first stage expansion might look like, it wouldn't represent that whole focus area. Remember, that's double even the 50-year supply. So there'd be more work to do, and this is what these technical studies are about, is really to look at the logical next steps. So we can review that whole focus area, work out, okay, how much of that area is really potentially going to be able to be made available to industry, and then what's the sequencing within that? Because again, it might be just, if we can get to the position with the state that they would be willing to expand the estate, it might be just what the next 10 years or next 15 years looks like, not the whole 50 years. But we're just we haven't got that position calculated yet.
All right, Councillor Owen-Jones.
So my question is in regards to the divisional councillor who can't be in the room at the moment, and the need for the divisional councillor to be able to communicate to their community, particularly if we're talking about not only the footprint of the industrial, but also any potential impact that might have on the urban footprint. Is there anything that we can do that will he permanently be prevented from commenting, Councillor Caldwell?
Well, I think we're probably going to need to take some advice on this, but I mean, at some point it becomes a planning scheme amendment matter, which becomes an exemption. Now, are we there yet? Maybe not, I don't know, but we need some advice on that, because it's not dissimilar to the LGIP thing earlier, where I think, and now for the public consumption, everyone on the record has a better appreciation of exactly what this looks like in relevance to Councillor Hamill's declaration, which was that I think he said his properties were outside the...
but it's immediately adjacent, so I can
immediately
understand.
adjacent, but outside the reference area.
Yeah.
It gives you some sense of where it all sits in the scheme of things. I think he probably needs to take some advice on how and when he can reinsert himself into the process.
Yeah. So do you think that that's something that we can do in regards to the recommendation? It's a pretty awkward position that he's found himself in through
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can do anything in our resolution.
Yeah.
I think it's an administrative matter that the team can probably help him with, in the same way that we've got an LGIP issue from earlier.
Yeah.
There could be some advice provided as to when the appropriate time is or how he could navigate it. And he might want to take his own advice on that.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Councillor Owen-Jones?
I'm happy to move it.
Councillor Peter Young, second. Anyone want to speak to it? Take the vote. All in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Just want to grab. All right, we'll move to item 6.7. No, we're coming back to 6.6. We're doing 6.7 next.
Thank you.
6.7. Steiglitz.
See the difference between
Going once, going twice.
when you're talking about the about urban footprints.
Sorry, we're just dealing with all the matters that Councillor Gates is absent for.
Not allowed to talk.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors. Through the chair, my name is Troy Kaler, and the purpose is to present today.
Hi, Troy.
Hello. To report back on council's introductory
Getting
paper
close to 3
resolution.
o'clock, so there's a hard deadline that's approaching for sanity of councillors.
Hopefully I won't keep you too much longer. Get through this quickly. To report back on council's introductory paper resolution from April of this year, and that is to outline stage 1 preliminary findings, including scope of technical investigations to be undertaken, to support the preparation of preliminary master plan options, a finalised master planning approach, including project governance considerations, and a stakeholder engagement overview for consideration. Just a reminder of where the project area is located at Steiglitz in the north of the city. And just on the right, the project area itself outlined in yellow and the existing waterfront and marine industry and rural zoning within. And its relationship to the local context, including the waterways surrounding southern Moreton Bay Islands and Moreton Bay Marine Park to the east, Cabbage Tree Point Residential Village to the north, rural K-land surrounding to the west, and the interface with key resource areas for future extractive purposes. As an update on how to communicate the master plan project, it was previously introduced to council as the Steiglitz Marine Precinct Master Plan Project. But what we identified through stage 1 is that if it was referred to as the Marine Precinct Project more generally, it could cause confusion with the well-known existing Gold Coast or Coomera Marine Precinct. So what is recommended moving forward is the Northern Marine Precinct Master Plan Project at Steiglitz, or the Northern Marine Precinct more generally, which you will see referred to throughout today's presentation. A consultant was engaged to prepare a preliminary planning investigation report, including a desktop study of the physical and legislative context, identification of opportunities and constraints, and recommendations for project approach, including the staging of further investigations through technical studies. The preliminary investigation findings identified key opportunities and issues under a number of topics as listed on screen to guide the scope of technical investigations required, which I will talk to shortly. And just to note that future information input, including from engagement activities, may identify additional opportunities and constraints through each stage of the project. This will be reflected in the finalised master planning approach and stakeholder overview, which will be spoken to later in this presentation. While the findings of the preliminary investigation are important for the next stages of the project, there are also potential broader benefits to consider beyond the identified opportunities for the area and its community. Examples to be considered throughout the technical investigations include potential supply chain benefits for the enterprise area, recreational boat ramp access beyond the existing capacity at Cabbage Tree Point and Jacobs Well, dredge soil management from navigable channel campaigns and to support existing dredging operations in nearby areas, environmental improvements to overall hydraulic performance and stormwater management, the bringing forward of infrastructure provision for existing Stiglitz community, and as well as future-proofing potential longer-term expansions. This overview of the key opportunities and issues will be a key focus for the project, using some of the examples here on the key opportunities with regard to the long-standing and current strategic planning directions and what this means for the future role and function, how this relates to unlocking development opportunities and support jobs, additional land for marine uses, support recreational boat access needs and complement the existing marine precinct Coomera, while also being responsive to environmental challenges including flooding. From a key issue perspective, findings show significant investment is required, particularly given limited infrastructure and services of all types, in addition to significant natural hazard and environmental constraints that need to be investigated in more detail. The key issues, opportunities and broader benefits presented will be a focus for the scope of the Stage 2 technical investigations. A two-part approach is recommended for this purpose, specifically to inform an initial development concept, to work through the major challenges from the outset, starting with preliminary technical work listed as shown on the left of this diagram. This will guide concept refinement through more detailed technical work in Stage 2B to inform preliminary master plan options as shown on the right. This slide provides an overview of the finalised planning approach moving forward and is on page 850 of your agenda reports, including where the two-part approach sits within Stage 2 and the Stage 3 master plan preparation before the statutory process stage. Of note is the engagement touchpoints from the stakeholder engagement overview in attachment 2 of the agenda. This occurs at different stages of the project as outlined in yellow. An overview of key stakeholders is on the next slide, but I just wanted to note that initial project communication is intended to confirm key stakeholders, with a project webpage to be established to support this. And lastly, a report to Council mid-next year will provide further detail on the next engagement touchpoint and ongoing timing updates. Key stakeholder groups were identified through an initial scoping exercise as shown on screen. Initial project communication, as previously highlighted, will be prepared in consultation with the local area councillor and internal stakeholders. Examples include property owners within the study area, sending them a direct letter and potential opportunities for contact with the city representatives, a tailored email to industry peak representatives or informal phone calls to contacts within adjoining local councils. Key messages have been prepared to support the initial project communication across the following themes shown on the left. We are also currently working on frequently asked questions that talk to these key messages to assist with key stakeholder understanding of the project and plan ahead of common questions likely to be asked. As shown in red, central to this diagram, the project governance structure is to include project working group arrangements to discuss and resolve specific matters with all relevant stakeholders through each stage of the master plan project. Cross-directorate stakeholders engaged with early on the project will be updated on the working group arrangements and how it interacts with existing city plans during community governance and working group structure, and other existing external and internal support forums currently engaged with. Involvement with the state government as part of the project governance will be important given the potential interests across the themes presented on screen within various departments and agencies. Early engagement with the state government will be ongoing, with initial contact made with the State Development Group, Planning Group and Gold Coast Waterway authorities. As discussed previously, a report will be brought back to Council mid-next year at the conclusion of Stage 2A. with all technical investigations estimated for completion in early 2024. The master plan process is estimated through to late 2024, with the city plan amendment or preparation process from early 2025 onwards. All project timelines and master planning work will be reviewed once technical investigations have been undertaken. The recommendations following today's presentation are on page 713 of the general report, and just happy to take any questions through the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Right, any questions? 9 minutes to 3. Happy to move? Moved by Councillor Hamill, seconded Councillor Young. Councillor Pauline Young. Did you want to speak to it?
So quickly, Mr. Chair, just to make sure and we would have picked this up in the stakeholders groups up at some stage, but to make sure the cane growers organisations at the industry body, it'd just be nice if they were listed there early on so they have visibility of that.
Through the chair, they are identified as a key stakeholder.
Cool. And Mr. Chair, happy to move it. This is the very, very, very first part of what is a fairly extensive process, a lengthy process on this one, but a very important piece of work because we all know how critical the marine industry is to our city and the fantastic growth and economic drivers we've seen in the existing Coomera Marine Precinct. This is about making sure that when in the future that precinct is built out, that we have appropriate land zoned and ready to go to see that industry to continue to flourish for many decades to come. So good to be doing this work now and be ahead of that, and look forward to seeing it roll out over coming years. And to make the point that that was Redland Council above this, not Logan. Herman.
All right, thank you, Councillor Hamill. Richard, sorry, Councillor Pedio.
Question. Given the focus on this, is this proper pronunciation Steiglitz? That's
Pronunciation is Cabestry Point. Cabestry.
Well, if the local council is not even prepared to actually have a crack, then...
Mr. Chair, I'd invite Councillor Young to come up and visit Cabestry Point, and I'll take him to Charlie Hamill Park while we're there.
Sorry, mate, we've all seen the photos.
So I think the answer to the question will happen shortly when the former representative for the area
walks back in
and tells you how to actually say it.
We call it Cabo.
Teaches the kid a couple of things.
Thank you.
And given the progress in this, I'm just wondering, a general question to Mr. Clark, Richard, how are the other investigation area studies progressing, please? Are they on schedule?
Through the chair, I actually, in terms of, I think we've got 4 other investigation areas underway. So with Highland Park and Gaven North, those ones were at the environmental analysis phase. So there's work underway with consultants on that at the moment.
On the ground, yep.
Yeah, so they're progressing. We've also been analysing the Oxenford work as well. And then the other one that was underway is Parkwood, that's right. So we're just finalising that work at Parkwood as well.
So they're all tracking along. Thanks, Chairman. Thanks.
Councillor Jones.
So just on that, Richard, I was wondering if you could maybe provide us with a memo that just gives us a refreshing of the timeline there, because it's been a while. Thank you.
And Richard, I just want to make an observation. We've started to talk about some things that might turn up in 2025.
Mm-hmm.
Are we thinking that some of these bodies of work are actually going to slot into the next iteration of city plan, rather than starting to look at amendment packages?
Yep. Yeah, certainly. If we're out at this point in time, that would be new city plan territory. Correct.
Just to give everyone a frame of reference for how that's all looking.
So in that context, then, what's the timeframe for the review of the SEQ plan, please?
So we're still waiting on formal advice on that, but it's certainly looking like all of next year, that review at this point, just based, I think the Minister made an announcement at the Housing Summit that would be commencing shortly. So yeah, a lot of this sort of work, particularly even our early discussions with state agencies around Yatala, will be helpful for that review.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Otherwise, we've got a motion. We'll take the vote. All in favour?
Thank you, Troy.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Owen Jones, do you want to pop out and get Councillor Gates? Uh, 6.4, Robina. Yeah, we're going. No, we're.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
happy to quickly move it with no debate other than to make some observations.
Robina?
Yeah. I'm chill. I think my bladder's become distended.
It's under a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, it's under pressure. But, you know, I've had to hold on for Robina. I'll do anything to hold
You
on
could
to
go
Robina.
now. Hold on to Robina.
Come on, mermaid, let's go.
Classic.
Can't keep
I know, we can't keep track anymore. Do we need a presentation?
All right.
Did that tree originate in 400?
No, but that's
Yeah.
Yes. What's wrong? For a koala.
Well, let's knock this one out, shall we? Do we need a presentation?
No. Everyone happy with this? Councillor Vorster is going to move it.
Yep.
Move.
So-
Seconded by Councillor Owen Jones.
Can I just talk super briefly to
Councillor
it?
Vorster is going to speak to it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And although there is no presentation today, I just want to take this opportunity to extend my sincere thanks to the team working on this project. I've been lobbying for years to get this body of work done, and I've been absolutely astounded at how quickly the project is progressing and what high quality information the team has been able to gather to put us in a strong position to contemplate what a future planning regime might look like for Robina. One of the things that really interested me in what the city officers uncovered is that Robina's doing a really good job at supplying housing, but it's probably not doing the heavy lifting that it needs to be doing to sustain employment. And as a key economic centre on the Gold Coast, it needs to be sustaining employment. Otherwise, we will have self-funded retirees calling Robina home, but a lot of idle working age people scratching around wondering what they're doing living in this part of the Gold Coast. The promise of Robina is that you can have everything on your doorstep. So not just living spaces, not just recreational spaces, but spaces to sustain employment. And it's something that we need to be extremely mindful of as we consider new FDAs, which are the Robina way of describing development applications. And we need to protect corridors as well to deliver the mass transit we will need to get employees in and out and Gold Coasters to and from work. So I just want to thank city officers for doing that. The other thing I want to reflect on is that the consultation delivered a list of opportunities and challenges, right, that were vetted by community input. And one of the opportunities in Robina, for Robina, but also for the Gold Coast, is the delivery of Gilgai Connection Road, which is shown on one of the maps in this very report. Gilgai Connection Road will be required to deliver the Green Heart. It's one of the opportunities we have in this report. And when it comes time for full council, we will have another conversation about Gilgai Connection Road. And I just want to flag, we can make every aspirational call we want for Robina, but unless we get transport in and out, it won't truly be integrated into the balance of the city, and therefore it won't be truly integrated into the balance of the economy, which is something we need to happen if Robina is to sustain employment properly and to its maximum potential. So I just want to thank city officers for the work that they're doing. I fully endorse their extra $100,000, I think, to bring this stage of the project to fruition. And I'm really looking forward to securing the future of this economically vital part of the Gold Coast, and to finally say, for the first time in a long time, we've now got data about what has been delivered in this part of the Gold Coast. And that's going to allow us to properly performance manage developers who might come here to benefit from infrastructure where they've made no moral contribution for or towards. That's really important in this moment, even though delivery of a new planning instrument will be many years from now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll take the vote. All in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you.
Stormy.
What are we up to?
Page 490.
Oh, this is the one I could stay for.
Another yellow one.
Thank you.
It's worse than Robina. And it's pronounced Yatala. Just ask Mrs. Heck.
Was it Steglitz or Stiglitz?
It's Stiglitz. Calls it Steglitz.
Peter also lives in Gavin, not Gavin.
We drink beer from a stone.
Shall we proceed?
Oh, sorry.
If you're chairing it.
Yeah. Who's chairing this? Good afternoon.
Titled Yatala Enterprise Area Industry Amendment, Phase 1. So this essentially comprises two components. The first component is in relation to previous endorsed body of work in relation to high impact industry amendments. And the second relates to 396 Stanmore Road, Yatala, for facilitating a screen industry precinct. So just the background to that, as you would recall, in 2017 and 2018, there was a resolution to investigate the rezoning of high impact industry zone land on the western side of the M1 at Yatala to medium impact industry, and to also expand high impact industry zone land on the eastern side of the M1. Those findings and recommendations were presented to Council in September 2020, and the recommendations were endorsed as per that resolution there on the second dot point.
Do you know who moved and seconded those motions from September 2017 and February 2018?
I think I would have moved it.
I feel like that might have happened, Councillor.
From memory, I think it was Bob Lacaster and Kristen Bolton.
Okay. Yeah, and the third one there is just in relation to the 396 Stanmore Road earlier on this year. So just going back to what was previously endorsed with the industry. So there was rezoning of high impact industry zone land on the Yatala Enterprise area. So that primarily consisted of the western side of the M1 there, changing from high to medium. There was a recent discussion with councillors regarding the Carlton and United Brewery site. So we've addressed those comments raised there. So that is retained as high impact industry zone. The other parts are we're amending the levels of assessment to, I guess, protect the high impact industry zone. So that's looking at disincentivising low impact industry occurring in that high impact industry zone. Amending the strategic framework that really notes that high impact industry uses are to be focused towards the eastern side of the M1, and applying a minimum lot size to allow for reduced lot sizes once blocks are connected to infrastructure. As for the 396 Stermore Road work, that's part of this amendment. We have proposed to, on the site, it is currently low impact industry future precinct. We've proposed rezoning it to an innovation zone with a new precinct for the Gold Coast, titled Gold Coast Screen Industry. That primarily consists of the full developable area of the site. The remaining area of the site is proposed to be zoned open space. So the developable area of that site, which is in the innovation zone, is approximately 53.4, which comprises about 63% of the site. Yeah, just a couple of points there in particular. So the innovation zone is to facilitate screen industry use, so those uses that really are backing film industry and support it. Just taking note of the recent councillors' briefing, we have also added short-term accommodation to be possible there, where it's associated. So, through the chair's apologies, we had a briefing, a mayoral briefing, and at the time there was a request to consider short-term accommodation.
All right, so I just want to get this clear. There was a briefing with the mayor and a request by the mayor or the mayor's office to include short-term accommodation at the site, which was not an intent captured by council resolution.
It wasn't, the original council resolution didn't directly address short-term accommodation. In response to the discussions at the briefing.
Yeah.
It was actually me.
Oh, okay. Through the chair, I think the briefing, there were many councillors at it, but the discussion was really about what are the necessary ancillary uses that support screen industry, because we were working through all the uses that we were recommending would be included, and it was recognised that short-term accommodation where it wasn't within proximity to industrial uses could be considered where it supports the screen industry.
So, like, we've got an innovation zone, and Councillor Gates might recall this, where we've got aged care facilities that pop up. Remember that one? No. It was connected with that Lakehall one that, that we canned, right? And then we were questioning, why would you put aged care in an innovation zone? So I suppose my question is, although I wasn't convinced initially, I'm okay with the fact that we're looking at supporting the screen industry here, but how are we establishing the nexus between the short-term accommodation that could be provided in that zone and its support explicitly for the screen industry and not just short-term accommodation in the north of the city? Is that used by anyone?
Just from memory, we were talking about whether there was, some trailers, overnight trailers staying on site, on location. That was part of the conversation. That came from you, I think, Councillor Owen Jones.
So, Chair, if it's okay. So I'll take responsibility for this. So I had asked to make sure, so if you go to the backlot at Oxenford, there's a whole host of things happening there, and there's quite literally thousands of people working on site. I wanted to make sure that if we were setting the parameters for this to be a screen industry area in the north of the Gold Coast, that we didn't eliminate or make it difficult for particular productions to bring crews and things onto the site. So it wasn't to allow for aged care or anything weird. It was just to make sure that we'd have at least given consideration if caretakers or production crew or any of those type of things could be on site. And the answers the officers have provided today is that they're going to consider it as potentially an acceptable use.
So it provides ancillary to the use, so it's not just a motel that can.
Great. So it's got to be ancillary to the use.
Yes.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. The provisions that we've put in there, we feel are quite robust.
And I'd see the humour of us saying either ancillary or auxiliary.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure we didn't end up with some development outcomes that didn't reflect the leap of faith we took to support the industry at the expense of green and open space. And it sounds as though that's been addressed, so thank you.
Thank you.
Well, because William's involved. I can always trust him to get it right.
Trust me.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Through the chair, just in addition, I'd note that we have put provisions in here which restrict sensitive uses. So keeping in mind that this is nearby to industry, noting that we don't want to restrict industrial operations being able to occur, so that they are in there too. The innovation zoning also allows an opportunity for parks, sports and recreation and community uses as well, should there be a desire from council to do that. A couple of other points. We've noted that building height is limited to 15 metres, which is the current building height on the site, but it has allowance for sound stages up to 26 metres, which is actually sort of the maximum height that we would expect a sound stage to be. We've provided an exception. So in the provisions, we have a special exception just for sound stages. So it's quite specific of what the 26 metre would be allowed for. As for next steps, as for next steps, we're seeking, requesting that we submit the amendment package for state interest. We would also request that the amendment proceed to consultation if there are no significant changes required by the Minister. We anticipate that pending the basis of when the state interest comes back, that consultation could occur second quarter of next year. 2023. Sorry. Possibly.
We're probably being pretty ambitious with our timeline.
Sorry, 2023. Yep. Yes, and so just a couple of other points there. We have done some initial infrastructure analysis. However, there's further detailed network modelling, and we would expect that would occur after the tendering process comes through. So once the detailed tendering has come back, on Stanmore Road, sorry, for Stanmore Road specifically, once there's an understanding of what their envisions are for the site, that will help Water and Waste be able to do their network modelling. So that's one of the other points there. Finally, on the resolutions, there's a attachment 2, which was the September 2020 agenda report. Request that be made non-confidential because it was quite redacted at the time. Thanks, councillors. That's it.
No questions, Mr. Chair. Happy to move. Moved by Councillor Hamill. Someone like to second it? Seconded by Councillor Pauline Young. Councillor Hamill, did you want to speak to it?
Quickly, Mr. Chair, should acknowledge first of all that it was the former councillor that kicked this particular piece of work off back in, was it 2007? How far back was it? The dark ages. So that worked beforehand.
2007.
It was 2017.
All right. In all seriousness, but so this is, again, it was noted as another Yatala item, so there's been a lot in the agenda today in the very north end of the Gold Coast, and this is another significant piece of work that is commencing, that we'll see what comes of it. This land was originally purchased 3 years ago with a vision that it might be to service sports fields and open green space requirements. Since then, we've purchased the Stewart's property, which in the view of officers is a better site to look at as the first sports field option. Owning the land and being responsible for making sure that public owned land is put to the best use. This idea of supporting our screen industry, which is, again, a very important industry to the Gold Coast and one that we've seen tremendous growth in over the last few years, and we've been provided with information of what kind of opportunities are there for the next couple of decades in that industry. So this is a good piece of work to look at supporting an industry that could be very successful in growing on the coast and growing in our region. As the representative for the area, and I'm sure the one that's going to have a lot of questions from residential owners close to this, but also in the area, now is the time for your say into this. This is going to go up to the Minister for review, and then the public consultation part starts, which in talking to residents that live in Yatala or residents in the greater Division 1 area or North Gold Coast area, the time for your say is very close, and to encourage them to make sure they have that say, so their input into what happens on this site in the future occurs. Finally, Mr Chair, again to those residents, it's not a done deal that there will even be, it's not a done deal that a film studio will actually end up here. This is the next step on a process in allowing that opportunity to be explored further. There is a chance that we might go to the next step, which is the expression of interest campaign, and we don't actually get one that likes the site or this site particularly works for, that it comes to a fruition in the end, and then we resort back to what the current plan was, which was still sports fields. So just to put that bit of feedback I've had from residents, the rest that this is a done deal and a film studio is going to start next year, it's not. This is the next step in this council as the custodians of that land, looking at the best opportunity, not just for ratepayers in Division 1, but for ratepayers of the entire Gold Coast, to support a critical industry for our city moving forward.
Thanks. So, Councillor Hummel, just you just said it would go back to sports land, but we've identified it's no longer required for that. So is it more likely that we would not proceed with this and sell it at its highest and best use as industrial land?
Mr Chair, all the information I've been provided is that while the Stewart's property is seen as superior and where we would develop sports fields first, that there's still an interest from Sport and Rec that we could still deliver a outcome here, possibly, that may fit in with this. The amount of open green space that's already there, it may connect onto the edge of it. So if nothing comes out of the film industry stuff, that would be what it goes back to for now, unless we look at doing something different again and explore a different opportunity.
Okay. We probably just need to be a bit clearer on the messaging, because that's the way it's been explained, is that it's surplus, it's not in the right location. It was a good buy, but we've recently superseded it. So I think the community expectations around it being sports fields have quite clearly now changed, and we need to probably proactively manage that, I think.
So I don't 100% agree, Mr Chair, because we've identified 2 zones. For all we know, through the expression of interest campaign, we may hear from industry that they're only interested in one of the zones and not both, and that it may be that you could end up with a film industry on the smaller pad, but the rear pad does become sport fields. This is very much on purpose and by design, hasn't completely ruled out the sports fields or future options. It just allows for this other part to be looked at. And while we have secured a superior site for now, it does acknowledge that we'd have to purchase other land. If the film industry was to take up both blue pads, possibly, then we would have to identify other land to purchase on top of what we've already secured.
And have you done any sounding of the residents that are over in Enkelman Road, is it, to the north?
Interesting, Mr Chair. So I have. So there was a bit of media around this one, and I did hear from residents pretty quickly, and especially ones that live on Enkelman Road, which is directly adjacent to this. A very mixed bag of feedback. Some that were absolutely against anything happening on the site ever, don't touch it at all, which I think is unrealistic, because even with sports fields, it would have required these same blue pads to be cleared and bulk earthworks to happen. Others that thought the film industry was a great option, that their only concern was they didn't want to see heavy impact industry here, but a light touch purpose like this would be a great outcome. I think what will be great for those residents, and I'm looking forward to being able to show them, is this map that shows, even at the earlier stage, 100 to 200 metre buffer to the residential properties and the protection of the flood areas and conservation areas, which that's just on the first glance. Who's to say if we got to a development application stage, we may make that 100 metres, 150 metres after actually going through a more detailed process. But a very mixed bag of feedback from the residents who have taken the opportunity to have a chat with me.
Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Chairman. Before you raised the problem that you've just spoken to, I was going to say also that the initial purchase really related to total opposition in the Yatala community about industry uses jumping Stanmore Road and impacting further on that residential community. So it was industry uses that they were concerned about. For mine, this is an improvement to the current zoning, which still sits over that land being future industry. So this provides a level of protection, really, in changing it to innovation. And I hope that the community is well informed about what they would be submitting on, because if they fail to submit on in the right way on this, then they may end up with a future industry zoning remaining over that land. So it's really important that the messaging is correct and that they do understand that this will be a lower impact use than currently exists, despite the fact that the initial purpose of the land and the purchase was for recreational use. Having said that, when this matter first came before council, I tried very hard to get a combination of recreational use built into the recommendation, but I didn't get support for that at the time. But when you see the overlays, and as Councillor Hamill has just said, with the setback areas and the green space between the two potential sites, there are still opportunities, and there will be further opportunities should only one parcel of the land be of interest to anyone. So I guess I just wanted to speak to the community being totally and properly informed about what this aims to do, and that this site has the potential to become the Hollywood of the South Pacific. And I don't think people should be frightened of that. I think they perhaps should be excited about that opportunity in terms of what that would create for Northern Gold Coast in terms of jobs and visibility, and what a wonderful site it could turn out to be, with the Albert River running through and all of the beautiful green space around it. I don't think there's anything to fear. So I hope that anyone who wants to submit gives thorough thought into what they're actually submitting against or for.
Right, anyone else want to speak for or against? Otherwise, we'll take the vote. All in favour? Against? Carried.
Mr Chair, if I might just...
Oh, sorry. I've just made a mistake.
What?
We needed an amendment to the motion. I just got excited. Were you? Okay. So, Councillor Hamill, we just need to change it so that it's the updated attachment 5. My apologies. So that in paragraph 3, that updated or amended attachment 5, revised.
Yep.
Yeah. And then, do we need to say in paragraph 4, the revised attachment 5 again? Probably just to be down 1. In paragraph 4, line 1, position 4.
That one there, yep.
Yeah.
Revised.
Yeah. All right, so we'll just do that again. We'll call a division. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Gotcha. Item 6.7.1. Okay, well that's encouraging. We've moved on to something that starts with a 7. Plus a GB. Plus a GB. Different one. Councillor Gates, did you have a chance to consider what
Chairman,
your
I
concern
did.
was?
I unstarred this because I was worried about the. It's a confidential item, but I was worried about the grey pages, and I hadn't thoroughly explored them. But I have had a chance to do so, and the acquisition list does not mention the names of any of the landowners, and I'm unaware of my having any potential conflicts with any of the landowners on the parcels of land that are mentioned here. So I have no declaration to make because I don't know who owns those parcels of land, but I'm pretty sure I'm okay.
You're going to make a declaration that you love
I've got
koalas,
a question.
aren't you?
I love koalas. I'd like to declare that. Love all koalas. Koalas in the north, koalas in the south. We've got some beautiful ridges. They're great. What's the risk if council endorses the recommendation that the money that we would hypothetically, or that we'd allocate essentially for the purchase, may be used to acquire or construct a roller coaster?
Through you, Mr Chair, there's very specific legal advice that the money raised can only be used for land acquisition and enhancement, so that's buying or restoring koala habitat.
Beautiful. It just shows how responsibly we look after koalas by using koala money for koalas.
We're a responsible level of government. Councillor Gates, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just bringing your attention to page 933.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, 933, 5.2, and wondering how you felt about that.
933 what?
See the heading 5.2?
Yeah. Well, when Councillor Vorster was finished, I was going to address it.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight that.
The closed session report is headed Confidential Update on Securing the Coomera Pimpamar Koala Population. I have previously consistently made a declaration in relation to a donation that was received by Eliezer Kornhauser, who was the owner of a site in East Coomera, or actually Pimpamar, known as Greenridge. That site has now changed ownership and is in the ownership of the state government, as I understand it, from council officers. And accordingly, given that that donor has no further interest in the land or these matters, I won't be making that declaration any further and intend to try and add what I can to the opportunities to enhance. I don't think we need to.
No, just for the record for
No,
future
I don't think so. I think Councillor Gates just pointed it out because this is the first time that I think we've had a matter come since the change of ownership.
Yep.
No.
Can't bear it anymore.
Okay. Any other questions? Everyone happy with that, by the way? Yeah. That'll be a long time. All right, everyone happy with that, by the way? And any other issues in relation to this? Otherwise, I'm happy to move it. Because we all love koalas. All right. Yeah, we're actually going really, really well. So I look forward to there being an opportunity to discuss non-confidential wins as we continue to have them for roller coasters. Correct. Councillor Peter Young.
Chairman, there were a lot of fires up in this area recently, and I wondered if the officers know if any of that impacted the areas of interest to us, please.
Through you, Mr Chair, there was a grass fire which occurred on the Greenridge property. It did not enter the Pimpamar River Conservation Area, so there was no damage to our koala habitat or our offsets planting, thankfully. But it highlighted for us that fire and bushfires remain an ongoing risk, hence why this plan provides connectivity and resilience.
We are relying upon this area in the future to be our core habitat. It makes the koala population even more vulnerable, just because they're all in one spot, basically. But anyway, great outcome.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
No,
Thanks,
I just-
officers. All right, we'll take the vote. All in favour? Against? Carried. And we welcome Councillor Owen Jones to the south. All right, councillors, we've got one item of general business. We might just move to closed so we can speak freely. It relates to a planning appeal matter. So I'm happy to move us to close. Someone second that. Councillor Pauline Young, all in favour? Against? Carried. Streaming off, please. Up the recommendation. Happy to move it. Someone like to second it. Second by Councillor Peter Young.
Mr. Chairman, it just shows you that sometimes the right thing to do is to refuse an application. Sometimes it's the right thing.
Yeah, if we didn't, then we would have a quarry in Reedy Creek and we would have had elderly residents in peril on Lake Orr. So there is some merit in the process. Happy to move it. Anyone else want to speak for or against? We'll take the vote. All in favour? Against? Carried. All right, councillors, is there any other items of general business? No. Meeting, oh yeah, sorry, it is the last meeting of the year. Thank you. I don't know, Nick, where's our presents? Yeah.
It's coming. It's in the mail.
All right, well, thanks to all of the team for their wonderful work this year. Even though it's still only November, it's the end. All right, meeting closed, 3:44. I just said that.